Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, yeah, take it easy, bud. Bye-bye. Mary is leaving the building.
But not leaving.
Good evening. Good night, Gary. Have a good one, kid. Good night. Okay, it's 5. It's 5. All right. Good evening. 1 second. Are we on, folks? Are we broadcasting, Cliff?
Yes.
We are. Okay. Good evening and welcome to the 5 p.m. work session of the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees. May I please have a motion to open this meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Okay, pardon me. We have an executive session, which hopefully we can get through in a timely fashion. Would somebody like to make the motion? Let me read it. I'll make the motion. This is what we're going to executive session for. Village of Mamaroneck Public Employees Health Emergency Plan. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)(f) to discuss the medical history of particular persons. Managers office personnel matter. This is anticipated that a motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)(f) of the New York Public Officers Law. Board of Traffic Commissioners. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)(f) of the New York State Officers Law as it relates to medical, financial, credit, employment history of a particular person, corporations, or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotions, demotions, suspensions, dismissal, or removal of a particular person on a Board of Traffic Commissioners. And then update on current litigation. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)(e) of the New York Public Officers Laws as it relates to matters of current litigation. And those litigations are ABC Properties versus the Village of Mamaroneck, Hampshire Recreation LLC versus the Village of Mamaroneck, and the Save the Sound litigation. Okay, I make those motions.
I'll second. I just want to say that in light of the action that's filed by ABC against the village and the claims that were individually filed against me and Dan, I'm not going to be involved in the ABC versus VOM discussion.
I have a statement in the light of the action also filed against ABC Properties against the Village of Mamaroneck and the claims individually filed against me. I will not be involved in any of the discussions against myself.
Okay, does anybody else have any recusal issues?
Yeah, I will be recused from the Hampshire litigation discussion.
Anybody else?
I'm on the last one. Save the sound.
How do we order this? How do we order these musical chairs?
Musical chairs.
I'm the only one that gets to be in all of them.
Yep.
You.
Lucky me. All right, thank you for the caveats. Augie, call the roll, please.
Trustees, Lucas,
Yes.
Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
DeFore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Thank you, and I'll see you in executive session. Augie, I need a front page for the agenda for the
Hi, Sally.
Hi, Dan.
Coming
You,
back.
you've relocated.
I have. Hi, Kelly.
How are you, Sally?
I'm good. You?
Good. Hey, Dan
Yes,
Natchez, can
Oh.
you call Victor? Can someone call Victor? I don't have his number, but we need to tell
Okay.
him.
Say that again.
Someone needs to call Victor. Tell him to join us.
You're talking about the Chamber of Commerce. They've already been sent an email.
No, Victor Tefer.
Oh,
I can email him, Kelly. I don't have his.
okay. I can do
phone
that.
number. You have his number, Dan? Okay.
Yeah, I can do that.
explanations.
Yeah, I'm sitting in Dennis's office now since he's done for the day. Those are his army, Matthew's army.
Dan Natchez is calling them. It was on the speaker.
Very nice, Sally.
Thank you, Daniel. You'll have to come over someday. When we're all vaccinated.
Won't that be nice
Hey,
to?
Sally, to answer your question from before, I haven't gotten to it. I'll get to it this week.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Slowly but surely, Norris. Slowly but surely. Although, yeah, thankfully, most of our first responders have gotten their vaccines. I'm sure a couple of people on the board hopefully have gotten their vaccines. But, and they just approved the J&J one, and Merck's going to help make more of it. So,
That was a great deal.
yes, it was.
Elections have consequences.
Usually the wrong way, not the right way.
This town was the right way.
This one we caught.
We're going to be getting some money out of this too. Da, 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 da. Happy days are here again. It's the Democratic theme song. Okay, the whole gang is here. We are resuming the Board of Trustees work session. I have to report that in executive session, a vote was taken. The vote was made on a motion that I made and Trustee Wenstrup second. And the motion was that our attorney, Mr. Robert Spolzino, had identified a potential conflict of interest in the Save the Sound litigation. We have agreed as the board by a 3-to-1 vote to waive the conflict and to allow Mr. Spolzino to continue in his role representing us in the Save the Sound litigation. If and when that conflict ever arises, we will bifurcate the work so that he will then have to step out of it. But that's what I have to report out. That being said, let's get to the agenda for tonight's work session, see if we can get through some of this. There is nothing on the work session that has to be on the regular session tonight, so that's nice. We're going to go back to 90-minute parking on Boston Post Road, and the staff found a memo.
Mayor, are you sure that's all on voting?
Was there a vote?
It was a vote to basically accept the findings that Danielle found.
Do we vote on it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You're right, Victor. Thank you very much. There was another vote that we took to accept the findings of the HR department on a complaint of workplace violence, that the complaint was unfounded against the village manager, and we found that it was unfounded, and that puts that to bed, and that was a unanimous decision. Thank you for reminding me, Victor.
Thank you.
Okay. 90-minute parking on Boston Post Road. There's a meetings of the Board of Traffic Commissions of August 10th, 1994. Who found this?
That would be me.
The guru.
Well, it was whoever scanned into Laserfiche many, many years ago, so I'll give Sally credit.
So thank you both.
So nice.
So basically, the traffic commission voted to remove the 90-minute in front of 953 West Boston Post Road. I guess we couldn't find whether the Board of Trustees ever did it.
I think that's included, but the Board of Traffic Commissioner minutes provide some context for why the recommendation was made and the board ultimately.
And that's probably
acted
why
on
the
it.
sign was changed.
Yeah.
But there's probably no record of what happened with the Board of.
Well, the village law, I mean, the V&T contains it, but I think it was included in the minutes with the board action. But it was, I think, just a resolve clause that the sign was to be removed or something to that effect. Very.
So there was board action, and so my suggestion is that we go from 953 all the way up to 812 because I think it was 12 because they're all similarly 817 because they're all similarly situated.
Anyway, I did check the code and it's not there, so no problem, it's gone. There was really no problem to be concerned about.
Well,
Why are we gonna have, why have a public hearing and whatever if the problem has gone away? It's not even in our code.
because Victor, the signage is all there.
It shouldn't
Well,
be.
it shouldn't be, it can be removed. Let's just move on.
Is it the board's will to remove all the signage?
Well, I mean, the ones that are in accordance with the code. I looked at the code and that restriction doesn't exist.
So my question is this. Does the code have any 90-minute restrictions of Boston Post Road?
Yes.
It's all very specific, but this was done way back. We would need to
I guess,
revisit
right.
that. So why reopen that with all the long list of things we need to do? I think this one was a good news.
Because my question is, Victor, if the code does not go all the way up, allow me to finish, please. Please allow me to finish. If the code does not go all the way up to 817, I don't think it's fair that we penalize the folks who live in residential all the way up to 817.
We don't want to penalize anything. We want to help, but just now that this one is clear, if we want to identify other restrictions, let's have a little map or let's see it, but we cannot legislate now kind of like this without having the details of where exactly. You would need to look at the code. I did the best to try to identify, but it does require looking at the facts.
Okay, I
As
understand.
I said, it goes away now, so if you want to
It
pick it up
sounded
later,
like
I'll be fine.
it sounded like you didn't want to do it.
No, I'm happy it's gone away, actually. It doesn't even exist in the code.
Well, I don't know if it doesn't exist up in the code up to 817. That's why I asked you.
Okay, then let's explore that. But for now, let's just be happy that it's gone. And the residents should be really happy that we don't have to go through this whole process of changing the law, etc.
Victor, I think the point is we're not sure that it has gone to the extent Tom wants it to be gone.
I understand. So we have that requires going through those details, but we can't do it now. That's my point.
But why can't we?
I'm sorry.
You have the elements to do it.
I got about.
I'm just trying to expedite things. We have a big agenda.
I'm sorry.
if you-
I got about a minute into the topic that was my topic. And I basically got told, let's stop this. And I don't do that when other folks are in their topic. You know, I allow you to explore what you're talking about. I allow you to get your thoughts out. And I would really appreciate the same courtesy. Because this is something that I cared about and this is something that I've been working on. So like you said, I will investigate to see if that is in the code, but I think we should, allow each other, the ability to express what we're talking about and what we've worked on. And to not say one thing is more important than another, because that, it makes for difficult relationships. So I will look to see if the code goes all the way up to 817, because I don't think it's fair to have that happen and have the people who are similarly situated not get the same relief. If the code, as Victor states, already exempts the people in 953, then we should remove that sign, and any tickets that were given in front of that should be forgiven. So there's actually more to the story. But I'll look at that and I'll keep it on for next agenda so that, you know, we can get it done the right way. The next
If
up,
I may,
is policy.
if I may, we haven't finished this topic, if I may. Just to be clear, I was really trying to help. I actually even went to the code and looked at it and I said, great, this restriction doesn't exist. So fantastic, this problem has gone away. And now if you want to explore the 90 minutes, you're of course, go and do the homework, look at Boston Post Road. And I think it would require, as we were trying to also be kind of fair and even with all the places in town, because it's something that I've been learned since I've been here. Sometimes if we make a change, then we will have to be consistent with other places and also be fair and square around the village so that it's not this little section or that little section. I think that's where we left it the other day. So I think if you want to look at kind of those 90-minute restrictions, it'll be interesting to go through the code, identify your concerns, and then let's identify the others that we had. So again, I was trying to be helpful. I even went and looked for the code. So that's why I said fantastic. Let's move on. But let's be clear, because there's no big debate here. It's not an issue. The residents of that section should be happy, and let's just.
And I
There's a
appreciate
lot of
looking
things
at
we
the
need to
code,
do.
but that shouldn't stifle debate. Or
I'm not
conversation.
stifling, Tom. It's great. I think it's just great news, and let's
No,
move
I
on.
didn't think that how you said it.
Nobody's stopping you of anything.
Talk about it. You know, so that's, you know, I appreciate you.
No,
looking at the
don't
code.
make a big thing out something
I'm
for
not making a
nothing.
big
Come
thing
on,
out of
let's
it.
be clear. Let's be clear. Let's move on.
I'm not
Let's
making
move
a
on,
big thing
Tom.
out of it, but it's just, you know, I was 1 minute into a presentation. I got told to stop and let's move on.
No, you had already explained. We've
Yeah,
already been here
okay.
3 minutes back and forth.
No,
I said good news because I went to the code. I actually finished the
Yes, I
homework.
appreciate you going to the code, Vic. That's great.
Great, okay.
But-
Victor, since you went to the code,
Please, come on, let's move on.
why are you rushing this? I'm trying to make sure
We have a
what
long agenda. Let's move on. We know what we need to do now, all right?
Then allow Kelly to speak and we can move on. Kelly, go ahead.
So it seems, Victor, that there is a section of the code that does not apply to Orienta Gardens section of Boston Post Road. And I wonder if you could point us to that, because perhaps even though this will be a continuing discussion about perhaps a further section of Boston Post Road that Tom walked and wants to treat the same, and perhaps even other sections of road across the village, as you mentioned, I want to be sure that we can help the residents of Orienta Gardens tonight, if possible, by pointing to the section of the code that you identified and maybe remove those signs between now and our next meeting.
Okay, let me rephrase. I think this is an administrative matter. Now that it's been identified that it was looked at by the Rec Commission, it was looked at by the board, and thanks to Dan, picked it up. Now it should go back to Jerry and his team to figure out what happens and then bring it up to us as a policy matter. I thought it was pretty obvious to us, because then to figure that out here in meetings doesn't make any sense. It should go back to the administration and they'll do their job and come back to us. Because it doesn't exist in the code. That's the point. There's no restriction there. The restrictions are between point A and point B, point C and point D in the different streets of the code. And this one doesn't exist. I went through it all, and it just, they match perfectly what the Traffic Commission did, what the Board of Trustees did, and the code matched. So I cannot point you to anything because precisely it doesn't exist. That means there's no restriction. So we can tell the folks on Orienta Gardens that there's.
You want to move on? We'll move on. We'll move on.
Okay, let's move on.
Policy on use of subdivision recreation fees. We have over $400 in a fund to improve recreational opportunities for our residents. If we allow it to just sit in that fund, we're depriving our residents of recreational opportunities and improvements. I think that we should ask the Rec Committee and asked the Parks Department what would be a good use of these funds to improve our parks and to allow our residents to have recreational opportunities that they don't now have.
So
And
I'm
I
sure-
think that, we should be, this isn't anything that will affect the budget. It's a fund that's separate, funded by developers over the years. It makes no sense to let it sit while parks atrophy and, children grow out of the usefulness of the money that should be spent on their enjoyment now.
I think,
So I would ask that we direct the Parks and Rec to find innovative ways to improve our Parks Department and to improve our recreation equipment that will help our residents, rather than just have this money sit in a fund being unused.
well, I would say they're meeting Thursday. I'm sure they would be happy to take this matter up. Kelly?
Can I just ask, these are fees that were generated as a result of subdivisions, correct?
Correct.
Not just so, anytime anybody put a new unit in.
Yeah. So here's my point, because I think they were generated as a result of allowing higher density. And so to the extent possible, I would suggest that the fees stay in the community that generated them. So because if a community took on a higher density and got these fees, I would like, to the extent possible, those fees to stay within that community to help the recreational opportunities and open, some green space. So I would just geographically be sensitive to where these fees were generated, and that's all.
I think it's pretty widespread too. I think if you build a 2 or 3 house subdivision,
Okay.
kick into this.
All right.
But maybe we could figure that out. I would say that the one thing that the Rec and Parks Committee is working on now is a dog park. That is one thing that they have been trying to get done for a while, which would benefit, lots of residents of the village.
Yeah.
Dan Natchez, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I think Kelly's raising an interesting tip of the iceberg question, which I think is important, is I think whether we send it to the Rec Commission or we try and staff or we try and do it ourselves, come up with a policy of priorities of how to look at what should be done and where and how, rather than just somebody saying, this would be nice to have at this particular location. I think that it's nice to have the money, but I think we need to have a really thought out approach of how it is to be used. And I think Kelly's point of being sensitive to where they came from is helpful. But I think that there's also a lot more to that in terms of setting, priorities of approaches of why and how.
I will just add something very small, which is, I agree with all of you. First, let's identify the needs, and then we can put the second point, the second analysis that Kelly suggests. This actually has been also moving for since I joined the board. The staff specifically has been identifying little upgrades and needs, urgent needs in Warren Park, Florence, in Florence Park, all the parks. And, we try to, let's just, again, try to identify those essential upgrades that are needed all around. And once we have that clear, the staff has been working really hard on the options and even trying to identify the costs. Then we can have a conversation. So start building a plan. I think it'll be great.
Yeah, I think it would be behoove us to talk to the recreation staff too. Not just the Recreation Commission, but the staff who are on the ground day to day, and the parks employees who are on the ground day to day, who know which equipment is in disrepair, which park needs a facelift, where children or the community congregates the most. I think that would be really important information about who's using the parks, where they're using them, and how we get the best bang for our buck out of this money. You don't want to spend money on a squash court when nobody in the community plays squash, right?
Yeah.
You want to make sure that you're targeting the recreational opportunities to the children and the adults and what they do in our community. So I think that would be, not that we should leave the Recreation Commission out, but I think that it's important to have the input of people in the Recreation Department who are doing this every day and who would do this professionally. So if we could begin a conversation at the Rec Commission about this and hopefully, have it, branch out to the Recreation Department and the Parks Department and get a few concrete proposals and get moving on it. Because every day, we have this money in the bank is, opportunities that our residents don't get.
I think to answer Kelly's question, Augie would be able to, they're all specified by the planning board. These fees are all sort of directed by the planning board. And I think Augie probably manages the fund. So it might not be too complicated to figure out which properties generated these fees. Is that true, Augie?
I'll have it for you tomorrow morning.
Oh, no, I'm just saying in general. It's like you have that information, right?
We have the detail already.
Right, but I think we have to be
Under his pillow.
is that people who use parks like Warren Avenue and Stanley Avenue, while they might not be contiguous to a recent development, those developments affect them too. It affects the whole community. So we can't, we have to kind of, I understand prioritize, but we have to kind of spread the love around too.
So basically we have some money to spend on things the village wants and needs, and we need to figure out what the village wants and needs and how to use the resources the best way we can.
And, and we should do it in an expedited fashion. So, it helps our residents. Pandemic is, okay, I'm getting some information over the line from Jerry. Item 2B is time sensitive.
Yeah, Mayor, item 2B requires the BOT to review and approve for submission to the state by April 1st. Everyone on this Zoom, with the exception of Mark, has been involved in our pandemic response plan live and in color every single day, but they want that plan up at the state at the end of the month. In addition, I think we had 4 requests for street dining from downtown restaurants. Although their inside capacity is going to 75% on March 19th, I believe they're still anxious to provide outdoor dining in our parking spots on Mamaroneck Avenue. And our sidewalk cafe starts on March 15th.
Okay, so let's take these one at a time. What do we have to do with the pandemic plan 2B?
So the pandemic plan, what you have on the backup is the basic cover sheet with the introduction in terms of what a pandemic plan would look like. I wrote a plan for the town of Hamilton in 2015. I got that plan and reworked it to fit the village of Mamaroneck. But because of the executive orders that the governor put out, we've had to do a lot of other things. So we've issued over 60 local emergency orders. We've issued a state of emergency every month since March 16th, 2020. We have numerous memos. We've had to deal with COVID outbreaks. We've had to deal with staffing issues. All of those things, 250 pages worth, will go up to the state. And that is our plan in the future if we have another pandemic. God hope, we don't. God only knows. So that needs to be discussed by the Board of Trustees. And we provided that as backup.
All right.
Not the 250 pages, because that's not necessary, but just the basic outline.
So we have to vote to approve it?
We have to discuss it so it can go on to the regular agenda on the 22nd.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or concerns about the plan?
Is the outline on the backup? Is the outline on the backup?
Thought it was. Let me check.
And if Dan didn't put it on the backup, then what we'll do on the 22nd is we'll put it on the work session and the regular session.
Yeah, I don't have it on the backup either. Why don't we do that, Jerry?
That's
Thank
fine.
you. Yep.
Pretty easy. We'll give it to you beforehand so you can read it. But there's not much as far as
All right, so let's
Do
go.
do you have the table of contents now? Do you want to show it on the screen?
I can bring it up.
Maybe we can do that.
We got it, Dan? The one,
We're gonna have to
Well,
do it anyway.
yeah, you're gonna have to do it on 22nd anyway, but
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Let's move on to street dining.
there was an error in Novus.
Street
there was an
dining,
error.
sensitive.
Yeah, there was an error in Novus which showed this as a non-public attachment, so I just made it public. But
so street dining. So to coincide with our sidewalk cafe dining, which starts from March 15th and ends sometime in November, we sent out the renewals for the sidewalk cafe. We asked the restaurant owners to provide some feedback if they wanted to have parking spot cafes this year. And 4 indicated that they did at last check. So in order for us to have an individual occupy one of our parking spots, we charge, per code, we charge them $20 per day per spot. And a lot of times it's individuals who are doing construction who usually pay for those parking spots because they need it for a day or a week or longer. We have it in our code to be able to charge restaurants or anyone who wants to use our parking spots $20 per day. I'm not sure what the board wants to do, but that could be that could be a solution to having parking spots cafe. We do have to set them up again. We do lose revenue because we are collecting orders from the meters. So the $20 per day, doesn't seem like an overwhelming burden, but if you have 4 or 5 parking spots,
Yeah, it adds up.
it adds up. It's $80 to $100 per day.
So Jerry, of the 4 that said they were interested in street cafe dining, were they ones that do use a ton of spaces?
They had 3 or 4 spaces each. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And did they know there was a possibility that this year we might charge?
No, I just wanted to gauge. Interest and prepare for this meeting, but I didn't tell them about the charges. And really the discussion is whether we want to stick with the $20 per day or reduce it somehow and provide the opportunity for them to have parking spot cafes, but not lose a ton of money because we're losing the parking spot.
So Jerry, a question. The number of restaurants that we have, if they all wanted to do this, how many parking spaces would we lose? What approximate revenue would we lose? Just as a matter of curiosity.
I got to get to that page. It's in here. Hold on a second. Because we had the breakdown of which ones we.
Oh, that's in the backup.
I think that
Yeah, I
the
think
backup
that's in the
was
backup.
the all the sidewalk cafes. I think we had about 20 or 25 restaurants with the spaces last year.
I think it was 40 spots, Dan, more or less.
Or 40, yeah.
In that, just 40 spots.
There would be 40 spots for 25 restaurants?
Some of them had. I don't think it was 25 restaurants that took all the. We have 25 restaurants in the sidewalk cafe. I think we only had 12 or 13 that actually had parking spot cafes.
I understand that, but if all 25 wanted to do it, was my question.
We would lose potentially 75 parking spaces.
And that would account for approximately how much in revenue on an estimated basis?
Let me do a quick math. We'll use the summer as 4 months. 135,000.
I really like the idea of offering the parking spaces to restaurants again. I look at last year as a real emergency and a trial, and I think the response was positive. I do think that this year we could charge for the parking spaces. I think restaurants that had a good response, might be willing to pay. I know that if they were to just put quarters in, it wouldn't add up to $20, right? It would be
Yeah.
what would
So
it be?
it's $1 an hour.
And it's from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m.
8 to 8, yeah.
So-
It's
so-
12 hours.
So $12, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, I think that would be fair. $12 a day per parking space. I mean, that's what we would collect otherwise. And that assumes that the spot is being fed, every hour of every day.
Yeah.
That's just my thought.
Oh, it's more than fair.
I know if we do this, the Arts Council had been expressing some interest in painting the barriers to make them a little more attractive.
Yes, they would like to do that. They will create a stencil and a color palette, and they'd love to paint them off-site, not right on the street, just paint them and deliver them. They thought that would be a good contribution.
I think it would be too.
Well, they would go down to like DPW and paint them?
Yeah, wherever they are, yeah. They get a group of people to do it as opposed to trying to, if they're going to paint them on the street, that's kind of a traffic issue for the village, traffic and safety issue.
Kelly, you're proposing $12 a day per space?
Yeah. I think that's fair. That's what we would get if it was quarters.
And Jeremy, you were talking about 20?
We currently have our code that if you wanted to occupy a parking spot for construction or other, that we charge you $20 a day. And we sell quite a few parking spots through my office. Courtney handles it for construction and movie shoots and other things like that.
I kind of feel like we should do something, in the middle that we want to keep helping the merchants, but we also have to be mindful of the taxpayers' income.
How about 15? $15 a day?
I'd say 10.
Well, if it is, then.
Not the wrong way. Whatever. I mean, I can do. I think 12 is the lowest you can go. You should get what you'd be getting.
Well, I guess I don't know what Rye is doing this year. I just tried to check with Julie Sousa. And we don't know. The merchants may not, this might be something to go back to the merchants with. Some people may feel it's too steep. Some people may think it's great.
And the way it's structured here is very unique for Mamaroneck because of our parking. So
Yeah.
I would be okay with the 12 or the 15. You guys decide.
All right, you want to go to 12?
Yeah, let's go with 12.
Just as a matter of curiosity, I'm very much in favor of the restaurants and trying to be helpful. I think we have to figure out, if we're charging $20 for, one approach, of construction, which is for a limited period of time versus something that's a longer period of time, I think we need to think about the rationales.
Well, I mean, with the $20 a day, that involves coordination among the manager's office, DPW. It involves, coordinating with police, fire. Someone has to draw up the signs, put them out, enforce it. And also, the purpose of the parking space is really to promote turnover. That's why you charge for the parking space. We're not, the turnover in the parking space benefits the businesses in the downtown by increasing their ability to sell to multiple customers. When you take that away, there's a value to that.
I understand that. So all your points are to charge a higher fee.
Well, with this process, it's really, a one-time thing where we just schedule the deployment of the blocks. That only has to happen once. When you're doing movie shoots or construction, you can be, those spots can be taken up multiple times a year. We have to repeat those administrative steps more than once. So
We have
with this,
DPW drop off barricades and things like that when we block off those spots.
yeah, it's a
Yeah,
lot more work the more often you have to do it. So.
But when somebody blocks off the spots for construction, whether it's a dumpster or trucks or whatever, there's no fee, there's no cost involved to the village.
Yes, there is. They're saying there is.
Yeah, we have DPW. We have to deploy DPW. We have to put up signage, which are the temporary signs that we tie wrap to the parking meters. We have to bring barricades. We have to set up the barricades, and then we have to pick that stuff up in 2, 3, 5, whatever days later. So there's
Yeah, and
a setup and a drop off.
Yeah,
So-
and like,
There's an economy of scale here. You set it up once and you take it down once.
Yeah, that's right.
and
All right, and there's a consensus here for $12. Is there any other issues about this that we need to discuss?
I think we try to do this and we see if that's something that merchants are going to participate in. I mean, I think it's, we should be talking with the chamber and talking with the merchants. I mean, we're all trying to make the world a better place this summer. Certainly it's going to be a better place than it was last summer. So let's see if this turns out to be helpful.
It also expands their table space, because at 75% after March 19th, and then they have, I don't know, let's say
Right. They can be closer
in the
together.
area. Now they can service more customers than they would if they were just inside and had a couple of tables. This doesn't replace the tables on the sidewalk as well. They can have tables on the sidewalk and they can have tables in the parking spots, as well as 75% capacity inside. So they've significantly expanded their table number.
So this may just be a good interim approach.
Right. It might be able to help them recoup some of the losses from last year.
And then can the Arts Council, is it possible for them to paint down at DPW or wherever? Great.
Yeah, we have them at parks. We stored them at parks. There's
Okay.
no space at DPW.
Great. Okay, parks. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, great. So that is taken care of. Do
Thank
we need to talk about camp?
Yeah.
Camp.
Jerry, do you need us to amend the agenda tonight to talk about camp?
All right, so the situation with camp is that through the pod system, we have a limited number of 240 people that can participate in camp. We find ourselves is at a point economically where we will lose money this year because the pod system that the county Department of Health is requiring us to maintain. And so what we're asking is for the board to consider the elimination of the discounts that are typically associated with early registrants, employees, and others, or to provide what other municipalities are calling a COVID tax, because we are limited in the number of people per group. So typically, right now, we're limited at 15 people per group, and we have to have the number of staff that the County Board of Health requires us to have for those 15 kids. Sometimes, and in the past, we've been able to break even by having that group of 15 balloon up to about 20 or 21, still have the same number of staff people, and be able to bring in more kids with the same amount of supervision. That's not going to be permitted anymore. And in fact, the pod system now requires us to not mix the groups. And so they will be permitted to come in early every day and then leave at the same time. So instead of coming in at 9 o'clock, but a few kids come in at 7 or 7:30 for the early drop-offs, we're going to start camp at 7:30 or and then bring them in at 9 o'clock. I'm sorry, and then go all the way to 3 o'clock. So we're going to have to do that. Or if we don't have enough 7:30s, we may have to eliminate the early drop-off provision and just go from 9 to 3. So the reason I'm presenting this evening and asking to either add it to the agenda or provide me some guidance so that I can take care of it administratively, because we have to start advertising and start getting our registrations going.
So you're asking us to remove the discounts?
Yes, either remove the discounts, all the discounts that have been afforded people in the past for this 1 year only, or consider a COVID tax, which is an additional fee on top of everyone else's,
And how much would that be?
500
Per person?
per kid.
Oof.
I think it's fairer to eliminate the discounts because I think, there are the discounts aren't means tested, right? So the discounts, whereas the COVID tax would just apply to everyone,
Yeah,
including
that would just price
people-
out of the market.
I mean, we've got people who use the camp who really can't afford that $500.
All right, and what would happen was we would price out, as Tom said, people from Mamaroneck and then have outside people come in
Right.
those slots.
Yeah,
We won't have any trouble filling our 240 spots. There's no
Right.
way.
right.
But we want to try to keep them all within the village of Mamaroneck to the
Yeah.
extent possible. And I think with the 2-week advance registration that we offer the village of Mamaroneck residents, we'll probably sell out within those 2 weeks.
And usually that would have happened 2 weeks ago. Like we're late and
We're late. We're late. And with the county going full force with their camp and all of the other municipalities, either we do it now or we just don't do it.
I'd rather remove the discounts.
I would too.
So if I could ask for potentially the removal of discounts for the 2021 summer day camp season only, that would get us through this issue.
Well, why don't we add this to the Board of Trustees agenda today?
One question, is that in the code?
The
How
discounts
was
are
it
in the
done?
code.
It's in the code?
All the discounts are in the code, yeah.
Okay,
They're in the fee schedule approved by the Board of Trustees.
so we would have to amend the fee schedule, right?
Not amended, but potentially just, I don't know what the word is. I'm thinking of the word bypass the discount for 1 year.
can you do that as part of, can that be part of one of your emergency orders? Because it's a COVID related?
It can be. I can add that to one of my emergency orders.
So you'd be, I think, suspend the
Mhm.
discount, yeah.
Spend whatever.
To avoid voting on this, outside, can we have a consensus of the board that it's okay with us if Jerry adds this to the emergency orders?
Yes, for me.
Yeah, and I don't think we have a lot of choice.
I'm a yes. Dan, how do you feel about it? Wow.
Dan?
Dan and Victor, do you want to weigh in? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I think Dan looks like he's thinking about it, but maybe not.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So we wanted to, I wanted to get the board's consensus, or Tom has asked for the board's consensus to eliminate the fees for this 1 year only. I'm sorry, eliminate the discounts.
Yeah, I heard that. And you were going to do it through executive order.
I can, yeah, they were just asking you for your okay.
Yes.
Victor?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Jerry. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to take a 15-minute break. We'll come back to the regular meeting. I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second,
All in favor?
aye.
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 Thanks.
And when we get the regular meeting, we're in this computer. Yep.
Now voice. We're back on. Voice and video seem to be on.
Everybody's on? Okay, great. Give everybody 30 seconds to get ready. We broadcasting out?
Yes, this is live.
This is live, okay. Okay. Good evening, and welcome to the 7:30, March 8th, 2021, regular session of the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. I need a motion to open this meeting.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The first matter is communication to the board. There are no presentations tonight. And the first matter is communication to the board. And let's see if there are any hands up. Mr. Tibbet has his hand up.
Good evening, board members. I saw one of the first signs of spring. Our police officers back on bicycles. It's like the Robins have come home. We're supposed to have 60 degrees tomorrow, so let's break out our shorts and short sleeve shirts and enjoy. You just had a discussion about possible using the street for outdoor dining. You're a little high with your estimations. We probably bring in $6 to $8 a day on the parking spaces. They are very rarely used between 8 and 10 o'clock in the morning. And also, Sundays we don't charge for parking. You also have restaurants that work different hours. You're probably better off doing something like $250 a month for the street. If somebody wants to use the street, just charge them $250 a month. If it works for them, fine. If it doesn't work for them, after a month you can pick up this stuff and move it. But that is more in line with what you actually get revenue-wise from those parking spaces. Second, we had a business that's looking to open up Chop Salad across from the high school. And they basically had to go through all kinds of hoops and everything dealing with the Board of Appeals because we do not allow fast casual restaurants to do takeout. And more of our restaurants are depending on takeout. It's basically the new formula for a lot of restaurants. And I think that this village will have to look at their policy about allowing restaurants, even fast casual, the opportunity to offer takeout service. It's probably easy for most of the residents. It's something that is more and more in vogue. And the fact that you had a restaurant that has a food entity that has to pretend it's a restaurant in order for it to fulfill its business model. I mean, basically what they're saying is you can't order at the counter. You have to sit at a table, order, and somebody has to bring you the food in order for them to accomplish what's 90% of their business, which is takeout. You know, having to do convoluted things in order to successfully run your business as a restaurant isn't what I think the village was looking for. You had talked about before having spaces on the avenue dedicated to people who are just going in for takeout. I think it's something else that the village should look at, because a lot of the newer restaurants coming in, that is part of their business plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Go to Mr. Richard Limegruber.
Richard,
Hello, everybody. Thank you for your time. I was actually, this is Richard Liengruber, President of the Chamber of Commerce. I was expecting to have another board member on tonight, Justin from Tailgate Grill. I don't think he's made it on just yet. So basically, we wanted to find out what the situation was with the outdoor seating in the parking spots. You know, I understand what the previous gentleman had just said about, you know, charging $250 a month. My question is that per parking spot, or is that going to be for 4 parking spots, or what are you guys thinking of as far as what you'll be charging if you are going to charge for parking spots? As many of you know, it looks like New York is opening up to 75% capacity, but that does not mean that people are going to go sit down at 75% capacity inside of the restaurants. We're getting some warmer weather, as the other gentleman had just explained. So we're hopeful that we can get these barriers back up as quickly as possible, and hopefully start to see business reopening up on the avenue. I have another topic completely different that Dan was on our chamber board meeting about that I would like to discuss after this, but I'll wait for your comments on the outdoor dining on the streets. Thank you.
Yeah, I can say that, you know, we're going to start off the dining on the 15th. Jerry's going to facilitate that, the 15th of March. We're going to get it in before St. Patty's Day. And we were talking about $12 a day per spot. And that's what Jerry, I believe, is going to offer to the restaurants, and see, you know, how do you feel about it? Hope that clears up some of your issues, Richard.
$12 a day, is that times 6 days a week?
I suppose so, yeah. But, you know, Jerry can work that out with them. I'm not going to negotiate here.
No, I'm just asking for clarification, that's all.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, okay.
Not in the village manager.
No, Jerry could have answered if you want to. Jerry, do you want to respond, or?
So I just got direction from the board 15, 20 minutes ago. So I need a little time to process, but typically it would be for a day that we would not have the ability to collect meters, quarters in the meters. So it would be potentially 6 days a week, Richard.
Okay, thank you.
Monday is free.
Yep, thank you. The other thing that I wanted to ask the rest of everybody, the Chamber of Commerce is really trying hard to engage our businesses. We just hired a social media manager who is going to be helping us with obviously advertising and marketing. And one of the things that we came up as an incentive for our members is a new Mamaroneck deals program. And my question on that is, we're trying to get restaurants and hair clubs and anybody who can offer this special deal for a limited time to put a sign on, whether it be next to their cash register or on their window that's facing outside. Is that going to be any problem as far as hanging up a 8.5 by 11 sign the size of a single piece of paper in somebody's place of business? Is that going to be an issue for them if they join this signs program, this deals program?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, people put signs by that size in their window all the time.
Yeah, most of the signs now say no entry without mask. We don't
Right.
really have an issue with those signs.
Okay. The next question would the village be open to allowing the chamber potentially putting some additional signs up so that pedestrians walking down the street will start to see these signs and say, what is this deal's all about? Let's sign up, it's free. Or, I mean, is there any way that we could potentially hang some of these signs up where people walking down the street can see them rather than have to walk into a business?
So why don't you call Jerry on that in the morning and explain the plan more fully, and he can give you a ruling.
Great. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Rich.
You're welcome.
Have a good evening. The next up, go to Helen Rafferty.
Good evening.
Helen
Helen
Rafferty.
here. Been a resident on Mamaroneck Avenue for almost 30 years with my family. I recently started following a group on Facebook called the Mamaroneck Taxpayers Watchdog Group. Really interested in what they're doing. I'm very new to, even after all this time, trying to educate myself onto how certain decisions in village government are made. And I had a question for them that they didn't have an answer for, and they suggested I bring it to the board, which to me at least made sense. It's not a specific question about a specific court procedure or any litigation that's going on. I know you can't answer those, but I would like to better understand what procedure the village has in place, meaning the board and the mayor have in place, to determine the likelihood of success before choosing to proceed with a court battle against some of the building projects that have been either proposed or have been signed on for to any level in the village. How do you determine the likelihood of success of litigation against a building project before you decide to proceed? Is there a person in charge at the board level? Is there someone who is on the village staff? How does that process take place given the likelihood of very large fees paid for court battles that we lose? And I'm sure you do have a procedure in place. What's the chain of command before deciding to move to litigation over negotiation, I guess is my question.
I can just speak in generalities, Ms. Rafferty. I would say that how it usually works is that decision about land use are almost always predicated on decisions of our land use boards. The village has had a policy over decades of defending the decisions of our land use boards. What we try and do is provide a substantive record of how those decisions are made, and that they were made rationally and without any undue influence or anything like that. And we trust and we are sure that that's how decisions are made. And then I think it's very important to remember that we are not initiating lawsuits. People are suing us. So we have a responsibility to defend the decisions of our boards. And we often try and negotiate. Sometimes negotiation isn't takes two to tango, kind of. But in generalities, we defend the decisions of our land use boards. We defend the people who serve on those boards, and we then make sure that we have a substantive record to stand upon. And I think that history has shown that usually happens in the village of Mamaroneck.
So where does the decision of the land use board or boards, where does that undergo a process of discernment to see whether their decisions are ones that are likely going to lead to success further down the line, if this becomes a matter that goes before a judge, as it seems to have done so often in the past? I do understand the need to make decisions by a planning board, but do these planning boards have the legal expertise so that they know they're not offering recommendations which will end up being potentially incredibly costly to the taxpayers of this community?
All of our land use boards are represented by attorneys during the whole process. The attorneys attend the meetings and the attorneys give them advice upon their actions.
And so those attorneys have then clearly recommended that they feel that the village should go with the decision of the planning board because there is a high likelihood of success should the matter become a legal issue, as clearly it has done many times in the past. I'm very aware that there is, you know, any number of really talented people serving on any number of boards and committees in the village, and that their work should be respected. But anytime anyone in any sphere is looking at potentially having expensive legal litigation to face, they also calculate in, do we have a good chance of winning this one? So who or what body makes that calculation for the village before they adopt or try a different route than the one the planning board recommends?
I think I've asked and answered that question, and to elaborate more, would be going into more of the strategy that the village is using in these lawsuits. Right? That's about as far as I'm gonna go. Thank you. Right, Justin.
Can I interrupt for a minute and ask Mr. Tarnoff, also known as Typey, to mute his screen?
That is not me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave. Falsely accused.
Furiously typing, please mute yourself. Mr. Justin. You get Justin?
Yes, 1 second, I'm sorry.
Kind of slipping.
Okay,
Hi,
can you guys,
Justin.
can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry. First, I would like to, I didn't get a chance to express the gratitude for working with us and giving us the outdoor seating throughout the winter. I know that was a topic discussion before we came in, and I know we got hit with a lot of snow, but I'll just report from our own thing. We were able to gather some revenue over the winter that did help us out from people that were fully dressed for blizzard-like conditions that decided to sit out there anyway. So, you know, that was helpful, and thank you for working with us on that. My second thing was, and it sounded like it has been spoken about before, was just to kind of follow up on the parking spaces. And it sounds like the village is open to doing the parking spaces or making them available to the restaurants, which is nice. But I just want to keep in mind, just doing some rough numbers and hearing what was thrown out for a couple of minutes that I've been on here. The $12 a day, if I'm correct, is what you guys are proposing per space. Just would like to keep in mind that rough math works out to about an 18% increase in operating costs of the going rate of a square foot in the village. So anybody who has retail space on the Ave, what you're asking for per space is about an 18% increase on operating costs. I didn't really get a chance to formulate that in a couple of minutes, but that's about the math that I worked out while I was sitting there. I do think that there has to be some kind of payment to get the spaces. I know some people would say they should just be for free. I know other municipalities are doing that, whatever. I disagree with that. I think there should be some investment from the proprietors to go into that, because it'll kind of differentiate from the people who are just going to throw something out there to the people that are going to put something out there that looks nice and that's presentable. That was one of my ideas coming into it, was to kind of make better guidelines of what was allowed to go out there. Is not to, last year there were some displays that weren't the best aesthetically to anybody walking up and down the Ave or those areas. So I think that actually takes away from the experience. But and then the first gentleman that went, I think, was a little more on track with what the pricing should be. I think somewhere in between, because at the $12 per day per space, if you take 4 spaces, that's about $11.50 a month, or about $5,000 or $6,000 for the year. And we get into a situation there where you're basically allowing people that have the cash flow. It's like the have and have not kind of thing. Not everybody's going to have $1,000 a month to kind of invest in putting out the parking spaces. And you're excluding businesses that might not have the cash flow to invest in that. And then that gives a greater divide between those two businesses. And you create an economy where someone who has the cash flow can kind of do that and capitalize on it. And that puts away the smaller guy who might not be able to afford that. And then that's really going to hurt the smaller guy and help out the bigger guy. I don't know if it's even really going to help out the big guy, because you really have to do a large revenue number to recoup 5,000 or 6,000 spent over the summer season. But those that have the cash flow will be able to at least take that chance and will relatively put away the people that don't have that cash flow, because now you don't even have a fighting chance with the people that want to sit outside. So I think the number, whatever it is, has to be a little more reasonable and not such a jump on the operating costs to keep the playing field level across the board for everybody.
Thank you for your input. Go to Daria.
Hi there. So I wanted to ask a question, as has become routine in these meetings. And as a member of Mamaroneck Taxpayer Watchdogs, I want to encourage anyone listening to check us out on Facebook or on our website at mamaronecktaxwatch.com. So I wanted to ask, how much damage do you think is being caused to the Village of Mamaroneck's reputation as the press increases its coverage of the village government's ethical scandals and its reckless efforts to block high-quality housing and economic development? What would you say to the Village of Mamaroneck's working class residents and small businesses as they suffer through the COVID pandemic while you squander their taxpayer dollars in an effort to protect the least diverse, wealthiest neighborhoods in the village?
Thank you for your statement. Can I ask you something? Do you live in the Village of Mamaroneck?
I live in Larchmont.
Okay. Thank you.
I would still like to have an answer to my two questions.
Thank you for your statement.
As a voter, I would desire to have my elected officials.
You're not a voter.
That's the point.
Yeah, you're not a voter.
We're not your elected officials, Daria.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're in the wrong meeting.
I'm just kind of shocked that you guys are completely shutting down a question that
It was one of those questions that had no real answer, and you're just looking to be a provocateur, which is fine, which is your right, but it doesn't mean I have to play. Okay, let's go to Mr. Chan.
Hi there. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking my call. I hope everyone's had a good start to their weeks. I hope everyone's Monday's gone pretty well so far. My name is Kevin, and I am also a member of Mamaroneck Taxpayer Watchdogs. I live on Old White Plains Road. I am a resident of Mamaroneck. I live right by the St. Vito's Church. And I want to echo the question that the previous caller had, because even though she lives in Larchmont, I live in Mamaroneck. I do have the same question. I do want to know how much damage you think is being caused to Mamaroneck's reputation as it relates to coverage of the ethical scandals. We know that there is kind of the talk of the town is sort of that the trustees and the board of trustees is becoming kind of like an exclusive club that advocates for sort of like their friends and their personal neighbors, and ends up becoming political power for those situated in Orienta or Shore Acres, and basically neglecting other residents. And I do want to make clear, my comment is not made to be, I don't want to cause drama. Like, this is just a question I have because I am someone who is not situated in Orienta or Shore Acres. And I would like to know what is being done to represent people like myself who live outside of these communities.
I will just answer your question because you're a resident. I also don't live in Orienta or Shore Acres. I also am a card-carrying member of the working class that you speak for, and I appreciate you're looking out for them. But as a community and as an elected official of this community, I don't decide which communities and which neighborhoods to defend and protect based upon their income. We look at what's best for the community as a whole. I believe what's best for the community as a whole is to make sure that our zoning codes and our building codes are protected. And when the boards that we empower to make those decisions decide that they aren't being protected and they aren't being enforced, then I think we should move on that. So whether that happened in Orienta, or that happened in Richbell Road, or Old White Plains Road, or over on Beach Avenue, I believe that all of that should be taken into account, and we should enforce the decisions of our land use boards. And that's where I stand on that issue. And if that benefits people who live in an affluent community, that doesn't mean I should turn my back on my residents who are affluent. Neither should I turn my back on residents who are struggling. And I think we've made quite an effort in this community to give attention to those of our residents that are struggling. So to paint this board and this government as a government and a board that just looks out for those that are well-to-do, I have issue with that, and I don't think that that's the case. And I think if you look at the totality of how we've acted as a board, you'll see that isn't the case. But thank you for your question.
Thank you. I do agree. I think that this is important, and I agree. I'm not saying that we should neglect or turn our back on anyone, whether regardless of their economic status. Certainly not because they're affluent. Because after all, Orienta, Shore Acres, these are our neighbors. In fact, like that's how I view it. Maybe I'm not anywhere near that kind of economic status, but that's how I view it, is that they're still my neighbors. But then it's like, my next question is why then did you refuse to answer a question? Yeah, I get it. She's not exactly like the previous caller, doesn't live in Mamaroneck, but then why did you make it such a big deal to not answer the question? Like you could have just said that in the same way that you said it to me.
I gave you the courtesy because you live here, and but I think Ms. Daria is just working for people who are trying to, have another point of view in a litigious society. And I don't think I need to answer questions from people who are just trying to look out for the interests of people who are suing the village of Mamaroneck.
All right, I'm not here to cause a stir or anything. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Thank you for your time. That's all for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. Have a good evening. Okay, Mr. Wattenberg? Aaron Wattenberg, is that right?
That's correct. Yes. Hello. Good evening, board, and thank you for your time tonight. My name is Aaron Wattenberg. My family and I have been members of the Mamaroneck community for the last 5 years. We've had an amazing experience. One of the big draws to moving here was obviously the beautiful location close to the sound with the clubs and access to town beach. We are members of Hampshire Country Club. My daughter Ellie is becoming a bat mitzvah, and we are planning a small celebration at Hampshire, keeping within COVID guidelines. This is from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. on April 10th. We were notified recently that we can't have any music background for the event. We weren't looking to have a loud musical affair, but just adding some fun. This is my daughter's once in a lifetime experience, and was just kindly going to ask if you would reconsider, and not only out our own occasion, but just considering how difficult it's been for many of these local clubs to stay afloat during the COVID pandemic, with lost revenue from private parties and events and things like that. So I was just hoping for some flexibility.
Mr. Wattenberg, is your child, and congratulations on the bat mitzvah.
Thank you.
Is it going to be indoors or outdoors?
It was going to be outdoors. Again, keeping within COVID rules, we felt it was the safest way to go about it, by being outside as opposed to indoors.
Okay. I don't know. Perhaps you give Jerry Barbario a call in the morning and see what the situation is.
Mayor, I already turned them down.
Oh, okay.
The area in the parking lot is next to a residential area. We recently had an issue and a problem there, and I come to find out that there is with the approval of the club and how they operate, that they have a restriction on speakers and outdoor noise.
So they just can't have amplified music.
Correct. They can't have amplified music or voice or microphone.
And I'm sorry, the reason is just because of its close proximity to neighboring houses?
I think it's part of the approval of the club, the operating special permit approval.
They get a special use permit from the zoning board, and that's prohibited in their special use permit.
Okay, again, we weren't looking to have loud music that would disrupt people. And again, it's only from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. So it's on a Saturday. Doesn't seem like it would be too obtrusive. Again, would hope that you would reconsider. Maybe we can discuss in the morning.
Right, but it may not be my decision. It's already something that the club has agreed not to do in the future when they applied for their special permit. So if they want to make changes to that special permit, they would have to go through the process again. It wouldn't necessarily be up to me.
And they actually should have told you that they didn't have the ability to do that.
I'm sorry?
They actually should have told you that they didn't have the ability to have amplified music. So I wish they had told you that.
Sure. I mean, being that I understand. It was just, with COVID, we didn't think we would be able to have anything for my daughter. And the fact that things are starting to open up a little bit, this is kind of, we kind of went about this quickly to try to make it happen. Understand the situation that you're in. Again, would hope that you would reconsider if they were to reapply.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And once again, congratulations.
Thank you. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you, sir. Okay, who else has the hand up? Patty Henry?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm from Benchmark Management. I had sent you emails before concerning Continental View's parking lot. I work for Benchmark Management and we manage Continental View. And the residents how it started was because you raised the parking fees, they got all, I got tons of emails about it. But then I looked into their offering plan and I had found that when the condominium was built by the builder about 25, 26 years ago, he owned the land that's part of the parking lot and the little grassy park. And what happened was he got some money from the Westchester County. He built the parking lot and then he turned the condominiums parking lot and the park over to the Village of Mamaroneck. So it's the adjacent to the property, the second parcel of land owned by the sponsor, which will be conveyed to the Village of Mamaroneck for the use as a park area by the general public. Also, the same thing happened with the parking lot, that it was turned over pursuant to an agreement to be recorded between the village and the sponsor. I haven't been able to find that recorded agreement, whether maybe it was just a deed or not. But the problem that we're having is it says we have to maintain it. And in page 18 of their offering plan, it says the condominium will be responsible for the removal of the snow and the ice from the parking, for repair and maintenance of the driveway sidewalks of the property, which is our property, the indoor garage, the adjacent public parking facility, and the adjacent park, the latter two pursuant to the recorded agreement with the Village of Mamaroneck. Will also be responsible for the cost of insurance for the additional parcels. So over the years, we have been landscaping, paying for landscaping, snow removal, repairing the lights in the parking lot, filling the potholes, removing dead trees because there's a hill there. And when I called the DPW, they informed me that they just said you have to, it's for the condominium to pay for it. I found out when I had to have the lights in the parking lot repaired, that the condominium is paying for the electricity for the lights on village land. Now, 25 years later, the parking lot needs to be repaired. It needs to be repaved. And that to me and to the rest of the board in the building is way beyond the maintenance, the everyday maintenance. So I wanted the village to take a look at it. I talked to Jerry about it because it's becoming, where does it stop? You know, I'm maintaining and snow plowing the parking lot, but now I have to take care of the hill. I had to spend $9,000 to get rid of these dead trees that have fallen in the storms over the years. And now it's, you know, I can't repave the parking lot. And where does the village, when they plow down the hill, when you come down from Boston Post Road to Continental, that's an actual village street. They only plow part of it, but they don't clear the sidewalk. So there's no guidelines on where the condominium keeps paying and paying and paying for more and more things. And we look at it that the repaving of the parking lot and the paying for the street lights and the hill, which goes up to Stewart Avenue, isn't the parking lot, or it's not. The repaving of the parking lot is more of a capital expense and not day-to-day maintenance. Because I look at it as if I rent your house, yes, I'll cut the grass and I'll do the snow, but I'm not repairing the roof if it leaks or collapses. So I want some guidance from the village on where we're going to go here, because it's just more and more things adding up. And then, you know, in the meantime, we raised the parking fee from $225 to $625, you know, so that's all I want to say right now about that. So that's what we need, is some guidance and some direction of where the condos maintenance issues stop and where the village has to take care of some things, because we don't own the property.
Those are all valid questions, and I'm sure staff will look into them.
Right. Okay.
Thank you, Patty. Have a good night.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All righty. That concludes that part of the meeting. Okay, the next item on the agenda, the public hearings, is a continuation of a public hearing on PLLC 2021. This is proposed legislation to override the tax cap. As I have said before, this is belts and suspenders. I don't think the board has any desire to override the tax cap, but who knows what might happen between now and when we adopt the budget in the next few weeks. So in terms of just keeping our options open, I'm going to ask for a motion to open this public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Or you call a roll.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Trustee
Trustee
Natchez, you're
Natchez?
muted.
you're still muted.
Yes.
Trustee Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye. Thank you. I think we all know how we all individually feel on this. I don't see any hands up. I would make a motion to adjourn this matter until the March 22nd, 2021 meeting.
Second.
Augustino, call the roll on that, please.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye. Okay, so just for the folks watching at home, we will take this matter up on the 22nd, which brings us a couple weeks closer to having a final budget. And, you know, hopefully there'll be no need to adopt this, but I applaud the board for having the foresight to have it in their holster in case it's needed. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing on PRRC. That's the Police Reform Reinvention Committee. This is an opportunity for the public to weigh in on the recommendations of the PRRC and for the Board of Trustees to talk about their feelings about those recommendations. Mr. Village Manager, since you were kind of the leading force behind this, would you like to walk us through this?
Sure, absolutely. Let me find it first.
And I just want to point out, Chief DeRuzer is with us tonight to offer police perspective and experience, and she was rather helpful in this whole process, as was the whole police department. Thank you, Chief DeRuzer.
Of course.
Thank you. Chief DeRuza was essential in this process, and I appreciate the fact that no matter what kind of recommendation was thrown our way, we were able to make it work. I believe to the satisfaction of the committee members. And first and foremost, I want to thank all of the committee members. Some of them were our employees of the village, and some of them are individuals who live with us and are very influential in our community. And their recommendations made my job, their work and their recommendations made my job much, much easier during this process. So for that, I thank them. During the fall and winter, Mayor, of this year, we had 7 Police Reform and Reinvention Committee meetings and 3 public forums. The document in draft form presented to the Board of Trustees for their review and approval is a result of all of those meetings and many, many hours of subcommittee meetings that the committee members were kind enough to split off into small subcommittees where they did a lot of the work and had Zoom discussions regarding their area and the areas that they were most interested in and volunteered to look into. And so the result is a draft document with 5 major components. And those components are basically, they emulate the committees in what areas of police reform and reinvention the committee believes should be the focus of this plan. The plan, as I've mentioned many times, is due the plan is due to the governor and the state by April 1st, and it must be a plan that is approved by the Board of Trustees. Therefore, we only have this meeting and the next meeting to complete that work. I'm sure there's going to be discussion this evening about work that's going to continue after the plan has been submitted. But right now I need to focus on getting this plan discussed, approved, and up to the state. A big part of that and what we're doing right now is to have public input and comment. And so after the public input and comment portion has been completed, I would really ask that the Board of Trustees focus on the 5 components and see what they're comfortable with and discuss what they're not comfortable with.
Okay, right now, I don't see anybody with their hand up.
We should dive into the components of the plan.
Okay.
Would you like me to share my screen, Jerry? I had the original version of the plan.
Mm-hmm.
Should I share your screen?
Yeah.
You have the polished draft, not my draft.
I do want to point out that there were more public hearings than necessary or than required during the drafting of the plan.
Well, reviewing, Mayor, I can say that reviewing other municipalities of our size and structure, it looks like we've had a similar number of committee meetings, but we had 1 additional public forum.
Right.
Get people's input, and those public forums now I want to add are on our website for individuals to review in their entirety. Dan, move up to the table of contents.
Is this large enough? Is this too large, or
No,
can
it's
everyone see
good.
this?
No.
Okay.
So as I said, the 5 components are the components and recommendations presented by the Police Reform and Reinvention Committee to the Board of Trustees on February 19th, our 7th meeting with the Police Reform Committee and the jointly with the Board of Trustees. We reviewed all of these, and all of the committee members in attendance had an opportunity to discuss their recommendations. In addition to that, our plan will include the survey and demographic questions, which the committee worked extremely hard on and developed, in my opinion, an excellent survey, both in English and in Spanish. We will add the survey responses, percentages, and percentage responses of the individuals who responded. We had over 900 survey responses. Of course, the executive order is going to be in the appendix, as well as the composition of the Police Reform and Reinvention Committee. And the reason I added number 4 is because it's very important for us to be able to demonstrate that we put together a committee as directed by the state of New York and Governor Cuomo's Executive Order 203. Other than that, I don't really want to potentially go through every component because this would be our 2nd time doing that. But if there's anything that any of the board members needs to discuss, this is that time, I guess.
Okay, I have a question on the table of contents. After about the village and the composition of the police department, I would suggest to include what you just described about the process. How many hearings, how many meetings, how it was put together, a little bit about the process. Since, so I think an insert just before the plan component, that would be, I think that will be an.
So I have that at the end. Victor, I have that at the end. Dan, scroll down to the very end.
That's what I was going to ask you, because here you have the composition.
I have it at the end.
But the process, you can use both. You can have the.
Yep.
Oh,
so he has
we don't have, okay, because I don't have appendix 4 precisely.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Appendix 4 didn't get to me.
I have to blame Dan for that one.
I got it.
Yeah, I got it too.
Not me, and I didn't get appendix 2.
I don't either.
Okay, so
Well, appendix 2, I believe that's the survey responses. We haven't compiled all that yet.
We haven't finished that.
In.
We just have the survey.
Yeah, we have the survey. I didn't put the survey responses in because we're going to put that in graphics. We're gonna add the graphics that are provided by SurveyMonkey into the survey responses to make it easy to view and to understand. But I think the composition of the police reform, we can eliminate appendix 4 and just add this. If the board agrees, we can just add this after the composition of the police department. That would be.
My suggestion is you leave it, because I didn't know, but you have just explained the process, in a just narrative, short narrative, because this is all done. It's there. And you can cross-reference to, you don't have to repeat, but I think it'll be important to see how long it took to put together, et cetera.
Sure, I have
And then my question, then to wrap up my concern, I have 2 more. One is then when will the surveys be available so that the public can look at them?
We'll have that in the final.
When do you mean, in 2 weeks?
2 weeks, yeah.
Okay, 2 weeks. Then my final comment is, at least because it's a tough issue, but we do need at least some basic discussion of the cost and the timeline. If these recommendations are supported by the board, and for us to make that decision, is that something you can implement in 1 year, 6 years, 2, or some in short term, midterm? There's various ways of doing this. Of course, it can be very complicated, or it can be like short frame, medium term, 2 years, and also a ballpark of the cost. Since
Okay.
we're dealing with the budget and we just went through precisely the police department, we know what the requirement is, we know what the cost is. But this, even if you try grants, I think we cannot just assume that everything is going to be paid by somebody supporting us. So some discussion on cost.
Yeah, and would you be okay with, if we added to the narrative,
Well,
timeframes like long-term, medium-term, short-term? Would that be sufficient?
I think it sounds good. You come up
I would
with
do it
that.
the opposite way. I do short-term, medium-term, and long-term.
Okay, I'll do it that way.
But Victor, you're thinking of something similar to what we've done with the comp plan, where you had like the matrix of priorities, and you signed them short-term, medium-term, and long-term. Is that?
yeah. You know what I'm saying? I think we also all have to be on board with the recommendations before we ask for timeframes. You know, and you've all seen the 5 components. I think we should go through the 5 components and talk about whether that is something that we want in our plan. At the end of the day, it's all plan, right? So
I think that's there. I think you're right, but I think we also need to get it on the board, for discussion at the work session, to help get to a finalization. So I think it's good that we include these as drafts, as the whole thing as a draft, and then we can go through the additions.
So if I can say one thing, we've already had the February 19th meeting was the work session. I haven't added or deleted anything from that work session discussion in this draft. It's exactly the same with a few more details involved by,
we have to have this to Albany by the 1st.
yeah.
So I think it behooves us to go through the components and just give a yay or nay before we send them down on a goose chase. Trustee Natchez?
Yeah, I think what we should do is at the last work session, suggestions that were made should be in red. So for the next work session, I think Victor had some good points. I have 2 additional comments. For component number 3 on page 10, at the end of 2, you don't have, okay. I would have added, where applicable, as opportunities are presented, work with the school systems on a proactive interaction programs.
I don't even know what that means.
Say again?
I don't understand that.
There have been opportunities in the past, and I believe in the future, and other communities have discussed this, that the police need to not be perceived as some people perceive them to be, but to be friendly and proactive, and not necessarily to be investigating in the schools, but to help on different programs as they're presented on a proactive basis. And I think that that's an important part of the community relations and interaction.
I think we have to have a caveat that it has to be, when requested by the schools.
I'm not being specific because I don't.
I'm not asking you to
evolve over time, Tom. So the issue is to have the concept there as a plank similar to the other planks that are there, and just like coffee with a cop, program. It is one of those things that, as they present themselves, it can be very helpful.
Dan, I'm not saying it isn't, and I'm not saying not to do it. I'm saying there should be a caveat in it that says when requested by the schools. So it doesn't seem like we're trying to force ourselves upon them, but we're here to help when the help is wanted.
You're not going to go into the school if the school doesn't want them.
Then what, then it really should.
I'm talking, Tom.
Then it really
There
should.
are times when you have that the police can make a suggestion to the schools of an opportunity, and the schools can say yay or nay. And there are times that the schools can make a suggestion to the police, and they will say yay or nay. I don't think it's one-sided as to who makes the suggestion, but you're certainly not going to do it unless everybody agrees.
I understand, Dan. All I'm asking for is a sentence to belay fears, because there will be people who say, look, they're trying to go into schools, because we've had this situation before. And I don't know, and I'm talking now, Dan, and I don't know why you're so resistant to putting in a sentence when I'm basically agreeing with you. It's like, I can't even agree with you folks when I'm agreeing with you.
Because your sentence was one-sided. If you said, it's not that the invitation comes from the schools. It can come both ways. It's with the working with the schools. The sentence, as long as it's a two-way approach, I have no problems with it. But it doesn't happen unless everybody agrees.
The schools are not going to ask to go into the police department.
The schools will ask for the police to come.
Right.
The police can ask if they can come when they have a program. Right. That would be helpful. I don't know what the objection to that would be, Tom.
Well, Dan, maybe you're not understanding, because I'm not objecting. I'm trying to refine. This is amazing. I can't even agree with you people when I'm agreeing. You take issue when I'm agreeing with you.
So let's work out the language then. The second thing that I had was a component 6 suggestion of operations that to move the personnel files from the police department to our secure human resources department. Right now we have this comes from the legislation that it is the Board of Trustees that has to determine where all police records are kept. It's actually part of the law, and I checked with NICOM and others about that.
Would you check with the NICOM so we can have a discussion with it?
Say again?
Who'd you check with the NICOM so we can get the back?
Who did I talk?
Yeah, who'd you talk to?
I have the name written down. I'll be happy to send it to you,
I appreciate that.
to the board, and I'll be happy to send copies of the law.
I appreciate that.
It's interesting, in the discussion, they said that has been raised in numerous municipalities as the question as to where these should be. So they have researched it to determine whether, what should be done, what shouldn't be done.
I'd like
They said it's up to the Board of Trustees. It's a Board of Trustees requirement.
Right. I would like.
Technically, the Board of Trustees is supposed to maintain the files.
I would like input from the Labor Council before we make that decision.
Say again?
I would like input from the Labor Council before we made that decision.
Fine. I have no problems with that.
Good. I'm just saying. I think, let's face it, the most controversial issue here is component number 5. No, I'm sorry, the component number 4, civilian oversight. And I think that, the board needs to make a decision about where they want to go with that. Because it's a major, component. It was a matter of consternation at the meetings. Very strong opinions on both sides. I've stated where I am with it, but I'd like to know where the board is with it, because it is something that the PRRC is looking for guidance on. And you've all read it. Most of you watched those meetings. You've heard discussions about it. You've heard the pros and cons. And I think if we're really going to give our staff direction, we have to give them our feelings about civilian oversight. I'm in for it. I wasn't happy that the PRRC had a detailed plan, but I understand why they did it. This would require us to pass a law. And as you all know, that laws often morph in the making of the laws. But I think, as a board, and I put this question to all of you, where are we with the civilian oversight recommendations? I'm in favor of it. And I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Kelly has her hand up.
Hello. I wonder if there's been any progress in talking to our neighboring communities about joining and creating like a broader oversight board. Was there any progress on that?
Not yet, because we're just finalizing the plan, and I'm not sure if the town is a little bit behind us or may have jumped ahead. And I have not reached out to Justin Tino in Larchmont regarding their plan. I did read the Portchester plan and the Rybrook plan today, very similar to ours.
And they have review boards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Rochelle.
Yeah.
Rochelle has one for sure. Yeah, I read that too last week.
What I wanted to say is I was at the NICOM legislative conference, virtually. I was here at the conference, and there was a whole segment on these reports, and it was interesting because it was, and this is, it's the governor's mandate, but it's our report, and they're going to look at the reports, but they're not critiquing the reports, and so, we do have a hard deadline, an absolute hard deadline of April 1st, but that doesn't mean we can't continue to make changes as we see fit. So I think we need to, keep working and really think about these 5 recommendations and get the report finalized. But I think in some way the committee needs to be reformed to keep on going, because it's not as if, we're not going to just file this report and do nothing. Then we need to implement aspects of the report. That's really the goal. And so April 1st is a hard deadline, but it's not as if we're going to get a bad grade if our report isn't perfect.
Well, one of the main components is component number 4 here. And, if what I'm asking is, are we in favor of the concept? Because, if we're going to put it in our report, we should be honest enough to be in favor of the concept. I'm not saying that we should pass a law before April 1st. I'm not sure we should pass a law before the end of the year, because I think it's going to take a lot of thought and a lot of, work. But, I think that it's only fair that if we're going to put something in a report as the recommendations of the Village of Mamaroneck, we either stand behind it or we don't.
Tom, I agree, and I'm kind of surprised that we don't have more members of the public here tonight, but we don't. And so, maybe we'll have more, in 2 weeks, but that's really our last time that we can finalize what's going to go to Albany. It's not our last time to finalize, or to implement the plan. And I am in favor of a civilian oversight committee, and I think, from what the committee said at the meeting on February 19th, it wasn't that there wasn't support for it internally. It was that people had different ideas of how it should happen.
And that alternate is listed in the plan.
Yeah. So
look at the plan. I put that alternate in there because it was a discussion.
And there was some people who just were dead set against it.
Yes.
Some people were.
So I'm glad you're in favor of it, and I'm glad but we can't put this in there unless we're in favor of it. It just wouldn't be honest.
No, we shouldn't. No.
No, I'm in favor of it. In principle, I think the devil's in the details. I'm particularly concerned about the requirement of training all members in procedure and law. And I think that training could be costly and burdensome and time consuming. If this is a group that's going to have 1 or 2 complaints a year, I hope it's not more than 1 or 2 complaints a year. But my concern is in the details. I don't want to create like a multi-headed hydra that is just a huge thing that isn't supported by what's going on in our little village, which is why I thought it was attractive to see if we could do this with, maybe the town and the village of Larchmont. It just broadened it a little bit. But in principle, I support the idea of this. I think it's good. I just think the devil is in the details. And to Nora's point, perhaps the report can embrace the idea of a review board generally and agree to work toward, perfecting how we train people and how we, make up the board but agree to work on that, work towards that in the future. Starting now, I mean, not to take a break, but these details can't be worked out by April 1st.
Obviously, yes. That's why I cautioned the PROC about being so specific.
Right.
But, there are other communities that have done it before. Ossining, which is very similar to the village of Mamaroneck. Population and diversity.
That's correct.
Trustee Natchez, how do you feel about it?
I agree with Kelly. I'm in favor of it, but the devil's in the details, and I think we need to work it out. And I would rather see something in there that says that we will continue to work on this and try and resolve, come up with a finite approach within 6 months.
What about Victor?
I agree, other than the main proposal and the alternate open the door for more discussion. And I do embrace, I should have started at the outset, embrace all the ideas, concepts. I think they are all, it would be improvements on our police department, and more than anything on the perception of the police department. I, as a Hispanic, especially 20 years ago when I landed here studying, if I got stopped once, once I started talking, I was had to be very, very, very careful and very cautious. But honestly, I think most of the times, I didn't have any problems. And in this village in particular, I have not. Been here for 14 years. I got stopped a couple of times, but not. I have the best. But let me to this point. I think I've been educating myself. The point of oversight, and I've read a lot about this. And if you get the surveys of what communities are satisfied that have implemented this, the results are actually very low, and the learning curve is high, the process is high, so it is a steep hill. So we're going to go that route, which is has a lot of positives. What we need to know is really explore the concerns. What I'm trying to say is that the more you explore what really is suitable for the community, that will be key in having a plan that works, because they set it up, but then 2, 3, 5 years later, the surveys from those communities are not, then people are not happy. So it's a huge effort for not having everybody happy. I think we actually have to learn from all those processes. So being cautious on this one, or more than cautious, just making sure that diving is going to take a big undertaking, I think is the main point. So even I don't know if it's 6 months, but to get acting on it, I think it's important, and also through the right process. So the next step would be, if these recommendations are adopted, to really lay out a process to study those difficulties. And it's not just cost, it's the training, the things that Kelly pointed out, highlighted, but there is there is an experience out there from San Francisco to New York City to the smallers to rural, and we just can't. We essentially have to acknowledge that it is difficult to come up with the right solution or suggestion or plan for us.
Yes.
But I welcome it.
Without a doubt, all change is difficult. We have two people with their hand up. Ms. Saul, I'm sure she'll have something to say about this.
Oh, there she is.
Hey.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi, how are you? I think you probably know I have fairly strong feelings about this. I will tell you that there's a tremendous amount of literature, but there is an amount of good literature out there. I'd be happy to send you all some of it. I do think that kind of hemming and hawing and dragging our feet and talking about, 6 months and a year, we can talk all we want and invite all the comments we want, and then we can go around in circles for a really long time. I ask you to ask yourselves, each of you individually, not considering any outside factor, but from what you know as exceptional, ordinary people who read the newspaper and hear things, or wherever you get your news, does it seem like a society where the police can police themselves? And if you say yes, I would argue that you're not getting any news. I don't think the police can police themselves. We know that that has been the case in Mamaroneck. And we also know that something like 6 complaints have been brought over the last several years. From what we read in those surveys, we know that there are people who are unhappy with how they were treated by the police, some more than unhappy, deeply wounded and very upset. And so we know that whether it's a couple bad apples or whether it's a few instances, we know that the police are disappointing people who are entitled to the respect of our officers, and most of whom give it. But there are obviously incidents when it doesn't happen and it doesn't get reported, or it doesn't get brought to the attention of the chief, or it just doesn't get brought to light, and certainly not before the rest of you as police commissioners. And the only way to make people safe when they come forward with a complaint is to speak to a group of members of their peers, civilians, non-police officers. Because if they're up at the front desk of the police precinct, the station, and they can see the officer walking back behind where the desk officer is taking their complaint, how are they going to be able to feel comfortable to make a straightforward complaint? How are they going to feel safe? Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Saul, and thank you for all your hard work on this. You've really been able to bring a lot of research and a lot of experience and a lot of passion to it. Thank you.
You're welcome, all of you. Thanks.
Mr. Tippett has his hand up.
Yes, good evening again.
Hi, Glenn.
Go ahead, Glenn.
Number one, we have to take care of we don't need to wait for the report to be put in for the low-hanging fruit. We need to make sure that every police officer has a business card with his name, badge number, and on the back, a phone number if there's a complaint, where he can go pick up the complaint form. We should also have a complaint form on our website. If somebody doesn't want to go in and confront the police, but they feel there's a complaint, they should be able to fill out a complaint form online and send it into the police department. On Kelly's point, when you talk about training, right now there are tons of videos on the internet where you have a lot of people who now do things, audit the police. Well, one of the things they do is they describe how the stop happened, what was wrong with the stop, what the police did wrong, what the citizen did wrong. We have LMC TV. I think that we should be making a training video of how a police stop should happen, both for the police and for the civilians. Knowledge is the best thing that you can do. Every police officer should know if somebody asks them, they are to give their name and their badge number, not just point at their badge, not just point at their name tag. And if they want, here's my business card. That should be an absolute given. And I've been saying for years, at the very least, quarterly, you should have either the chief or a police officer in, give a quarterly crime update, give some recommendations to the community about scams or other things that are going on in the community as a warning, and to even just introduce themselves as police officers. When we get back to normal and you have your twice a month meetings, I would even invite the police officer who is monitoring the meetings up, introduce yourself, tell us how long you're on the force, and just do that kind of meet and greet as part of the outreach to the community. But these are things that can happen now. You don't have to wait for the report to go in, and then your more expensive items you can start to deal with. But you can put a training video together very quickly. All the business cards can be there, and it's just that first encounter with the police officer. Everybody has to be on board. This is the way it's done. No deviation. It says you go. It says you ask, if anybody asks you, this is my name. This is my badge number. Here's my card.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good night. Anybody else in the audience?
No.
All right, so how, Jerry, what do you want us to do tonight?
If we can go component by component, and if the board is willing to do a voice vote on the component, we might be able to narrow down the amount of work that staff and I have to do in order to get the document ready for the March 22nd meeting.
Okay.
Because that's really what I'm focused on.
But Jerry, you don't have all the suggestions from the last meeting in there, correct?
I do. I have the suggestions from my notes and from the committee. I have them in there unless I missed some. I have them in there from that meeting.
From our last meeting or the,
February 19th meeting, Dan.
okay.
All right,
That meeting there.
let's go through them one at a time. We've already gone through component 4.
Right, so training, so training, and I'll give just a brief summary from the meetings, and specifically the 19th meeting. The subcommittee of the PRRC, who worked on training recommendations, analyzed with the assistance of the chief and staff and her superior officers that a lot of the training that we're doing is exceptional, and that we should continue doing that type of training and supplement the training as it's offered by the county. There was a recommendation, and the chief can elaborate on this, for more officers to be trained on crisis intervention. And before I let the chief respond to that, Dan, scroll up to the next one. And ABLE training. That's what it is. I don't have to, I remember it now. And so ABLE training is active bystander law enforcement training. Obviously, unfortunately, what comes to mind is the situation and the murder of George Floyd and what happened there with the officers not intervening while he was being killed. So the chief can add whatever she would like to that.
Okay, so Jerry, yes, like you said, so the crisis intervention training, we already have plans for officers to continue to take that training at the police academy, 3 years scheduled for this quarter, I believe it is, and then 3 in the fall. So that happens. The police academy offers that class twice a year. So based on manpower, we're able to get a certain number of officers into that training each time it's being offered. So obviously the goal is to have all the officers, at least in patrol, to receive that training.
Is that free to us?
Yes, it is.
Free, okay.
And then as far as the ABLE training program goes, we submitted the application, we've submitted the letters. So we are just waiting for representatives to contact my office to determine a date when we can have officers attend their train the trainer class. And there is also no cost to that. So that's done via Zoom. It's over the course of a couple of days. And then the officers that receive the training will then in turn train the rest of the department.
Chief, if I could ask on the SIT training, is it the department's intention to train everyone? And how long potentially could that take?
So the answer to that is yes. I believe we have 8 to 10 officers that are already trained. And then if we try to do another 6 a year, it's going to take a couple of years.
Okay.
You know, the only other alternative may be to have someone come in-house to do it, but that would probably require funding, or that would be at cost, because officers would either have to attend on an overtime basis to get everyone done more rapidly.
And then when we have the trainers in our own department trained for ABLE, then we could work probably fairly expeditiously depending on scheduling.
That's correct. So what we would do is we have certain contractual training days per year. So we would utilize one of those days and we could get the training done probably in 2 weeks.
Great. Okay. So that's the training, free, no cost. We would do everything like we want to do in most other departments, in-house potentially, or with partnering with the county. And then it would be a medium-term timeframe goal for our officers to be trained to have their SIT training, and then potentially even a similar timeframe for our ABLE training. So that I'm just trying to add some of the information that Trustee Tefor asked for. So Mayor, we would need some kind of a voice. Dan, scroll up a little bit. Is there anything else on this?
It's the ABLE training, the SIT training, and continue the existing training protocols and programs.
All right. So if the board sees or wants to add additional training that we may have overlooked or not added to this, I believe that would be something we could add if the board agrees. But if Mayor, you could call for a voice vote on this component, then we could move on to the next component.
Okay.
Why don't we, if somebody has something to add, they'll say it. So essentially it's you work to unanimity, right? Instead of just breaking it up pieces.
No, what he wants to do is note that the board has.
Point one is okay with this. I don't think anybody has an objection. I think because that's you hear from the others' comment.
Okay, but
instead of having a vote, for example, you say, is there any commentary from the trustees, and you don't make it a vote. You make it a more informal discussion so that you hear if there's any buildup. That's how I. So, for example, I would suggest instead of calling a vote, call if somebody, for example, has an addition or.
Okay, I'm going to say this. Does anybody have any objection with component 1?
No, I like it. Thank you.
Hearing none, go on to component 2.
Thank you. I love rolling like this. My brain works faster than my mouth, so I can't. Okay, policies and accreditation. Obviously, I know we've talked about it for quite a number of meetings at the police reform committee. And I know that it has been discussed a couple of times here with the board. It was discussed on the 19th, but accreditation has been a goal of the department for a long time, and the chief can take it from there if she would like.
Sure. So we've filled out the application indicating our intent to become accredited. So the goal is to try to get everything in place by the end of this year, because policies have to be in place for 90 days before the assessors will come to look to get us accredited. So hopefully by the first quarter of next year, we can hopefully go through the process. So we're chipping away at it. So right now we're going through all of the key components of accreditation. There's 100, and I believe it's 110 or 111 standards that we have to meet. So we are on our way with trying to complete this.
Are you aware, Chief, of any cost potentially associated, or is it just the development and then approval of policies in various forms?
Right. So a lot of it just has to really do with policies and making sure that the verbiage contained is in compliance with a lot of the state protocols. Okay. There are some things that have to do with evidence and evidence safekeeping that we might have to make some upgrades to our current system. So there might be a cost associated with that, but I don't think anything that's going to be, anything exemplary cost. But most of it is policy related.
Yeah, we built in my previous municipality, we built a 12 by 12 evidence room in the basement of Village Hall, and it cost us, with the alarm system, under $10,000. It wasn't a lot of money. Dan, scroll up if you could. No, I mean down.
The other up.
The other up, right. Keep going. Power DMS, so we currently pay for Power DMS. We have two platforms. We do one for the employees and the volunteers, and then we have a separate Power DMS contract for the police department, independent of the village. It doesn't mix, and it's completely separate. So as I said in the narrative in front of you, that this provides us the ability to achieve component or standard 55.5 of the accreditation process, and that was something that Chief Leahy identified as soon as I introduced Power DMS as the distribution platform for the future. So this cost us $10,000 a year, but it's already implemented.
And we found it very helpful and effective already.
Good.
Quick question, best case scenario, when do you think the department could be accredited?
So like I said, when you make any changes to policies or procedures, it has to be in effect for 90 days. So if we can target, hopefully by the end of this year, having all of our policies that are part of the standard in place, those would be in place for 90 days. So we're figuring first quarter, second quarter of next year.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
So component 2 would continue to cost us money in our budget, but it's still with a $10,000, potentially $15,000 evidence room, and then a $10,000 annual contract with Power DMS. We're looking at 1 year to be 25,000, and then ongoing $10,000 a year.
But Power DMS was going to be there anyway. We committed to that anyway.
There.
Yeah, I was going to do it for sure, but the Chief Leahy identified it immediately when we did the demo. Okay, let's see here.
Okay, so we have nobody has any problems with component number 3. I'm giving you a chance to voice your concerns. Okay.
I think you mean number 2, right?
I'm sorry, number 2.
No, I'm all on board with that one too. Thank you.
Thank you. And I vote for it also. Community relations, component number 3.
Okay, so I'll go with number 1. If we utilize LMC, it's the best deal going. We typically can have a video or any kind of information piece produced by them for between $200 and $400. We've done public information pieces and PSAs, and they're very reasonable. So we could budget potentially, 3, 5, 7 per year, and really not even break the bank at all. That's number 1, and we could do that at any time. And I think, Chief, what have you been distributing? You've been distributing a recruitment video?
So there's, for this component rate, there's a couple things going on. So in regards to the prior caller that called, Glenn. So all the officers have received business cards that they are going to fill out. They could pre-fill out with their name and their shield number on there. So they have those already. The officers already have been solicited via email to come up with ideas of different segments we can do on LMC TV. So they have come up with a whole bunch of topics, anything from traffic stops to knowing their rights to domestic violence. So that is in the works. So there's also the coffee with the cop here. So that's already being addressed. And I getting off on a tangent now. Sorry, what was your original question?
So LMC or any kind of videos can be done with the assistance of our current officers and staff.
Yes, I'm sorry. So you're talking about the recruitment video.
Yep.
So, right. So the Westchester County Chiefs of Police put together a flyer and also a recruitment video, which I did share via email with the board. So the Village of Mamaroneck Police Department already has personalized the flyer for our department, and a couple of the officers are working on our own recruitment video, and that should be completed by the end of this week. And that will be highlighting all the officers from our department, and it's coming along very well. So I can't wait to show you.
That's great. So we can use that also potentially for the community as well, to introduce
Yes.
the officers. Okay, great.
Yes.
Number 2 on component 3, coffee with a cop, minimal cost. We can do it as schedule allows. I do want to say something about National Night Out. In my former municipality, National Night Out was the first week of August. We would get together with the school district and occupy the parking lots at the high school, where we would put some amusement park rides as well as schedule fireworks. And what it did was it connected the police department, EMS, and the fire department with the younger generation of our community. I left it general here because it can also be expanded to have the entire community participate and attend. But I can tell you that I have a lot of experience with National Night Out and organizing the event. That could be something that we could do easily, either at the high school parking lot or at Harbor Island Park, if the chief and the department wanted to do that. And cost would be associated with potentially getting sponsors, partnering up with local businesses, as well as the village taking in some money for that event.
Okay. Anybody on the board have any problems with that?
No, but we still have to add what I had suggested into working with the schools, which also marries to just what Jerry was talking about.
I'm concerned actually about the language. I want to be very careful with the language, because police and schools, or a partnership with the schools as opposed to partnership with young people, was something that the committee discussed They rejected it. I think we discussed this at our February work session. It's contentious, and I don't want to go beyond really what the committee recommended. I'm concerned about it. I really am.
There was this issue when I was a trustee, and the schools were pretty adamant about, not wanting to have that relationship. And, and it was rejected by the PRC. And I don't really see why we're doing it now.
Well, I think if we just maybe leave it as just maybe open communication. I mean, right now we do have DARE that's going on in both Rhinebeck and Mamaroneck Avenue. So, we have our youth detectives that are in the schools right now doing that. And, if we leave it where at the school's discretion to have us in the schools, then, we're open to that as well.
I strongly disagree. The issue that we have is we have a we versus they. It shouldn't be. And the whole purpose of this is to break down barriers. So to leave a sentence in there that says when opportunities present itself to work on a proactive basis, why the heck would we want to not do that? I just don't understand it. I understand the concern of putting police in to check lockers, or in different approaches to life. That's not what I'm talking about, and that's not what the sentence says. And I can't understand. This is why we have problems, is because we don't break down barriers, and we're always worried about that, and I don't understand it.
I think that, as I said before, this was an issue that they dealt with and rejected. This was an issue before that the school boards dealt with and rejected. A lot of parents don't want to mix, law enforcement and education. And there are reasons for that they have. And, some might be valid and some might be invalid. But I think as elected officials, we have to hear that. And I've been doing this for a long time, and I've heard it. And I heard it from the people who served on the PRC who have children in the schools.
I mean, to my understanding, the schools are open to having police officers, come into the school and do walkthroughs and things like that. But right now, that the want is not there to perhaps an SRO, a school resource officer. So that is right now not part of, on the table. They don't want that. But they are open to having police officers, come visit the schools and things like that.
Yeah, and I don't have problems with that when the school says, come and see us. But I don't think we have to have a proactive sentence in this.
Is there a way? I mean, I guess
that was rejected by the board.
Is there a way of adding a sentence that explains what's going on now, as opposed to saying there's no interaction? Because we don't really talk about the fact that the police do support the schools in some way. So just
I have DARE.
Using Sandy's words to talk about what is actually happening.
But Jerry, what do you have in there?
I have DARE in there. Dan, scroll up towards the top of the screen. And I think I added DARE.
You did, yeah.
We'll expand the DARE program to include more focused forums to listen, learn from the residents. During the meetings, we had both superintendents appointed to this committee, and they attended the first meeting, and I thanked them for that. But then they kind of dropped off. And I know that they're busy people. I know that they have, a lot of issues during COVID and running the schools and all of that stuff that's going on right now. But they dropped off maybe for a reason. I didn't really understand it. But then again, I don't have the history in Mamaroneck. And so I don't know that there might not be too much interest in having the schools and the police department interact. I'm not sure.
I can tell you when I was first on the board, at least 2 years ago, when I was first on the board, we had a tremendous interactive Jill Del Bianco, worked hard on creating a tremendous approach of, working with the schools, being able to go into the schools and, on programs that were educational, that were meaningful, that were not trying to preach and not trying to investigate, to be helpful and create a tremendous dialogue that was very helpful and exceedingly meaningful. We seem to have lost a lot of that, and maybe it's the time, but to say that we aren't going to try that when the opportunity is presented, I just find is amazing.
I think if the schools ask us to do something, we'll do it, and we've always done it. A lot of things have changed, since the Nixon administration. The population has changed too, and the demographics have changed. So what worked in 1972 isn't necessarily going to work here.
It just seems to me that we want to break down barriers everywhere except there, and I find that.
No, I really draw the distinction between doing it in a school and doing it with the students. I mean, the National Night Out is a perfect example of you get that student population interacting with the police. It's just not in the school. That's the controversial piece of it. In the school, that the committee, I don't want to do something that the committee doesn't want done in this report. I mean, you can have DARE programs, you can have school programs that are worked out between the boards of education and the police department, all you want. I just don't think we need to put our voice in that discussion in this report that rejected that. That's all.
We can agree to disagree.
Okay.
I just find it conceptually totally backwards.
I know.
And from what I understand in talking with people, it was not a unanimous decision. It was a controversial discussion, and I understand that. And I watched that. The concerns were based upon investigatory issues and being perceived as investigatory, as opposed to being proactive. And that's why I put the word proactive in there. And, because that's what you're trying to do. And if the majority doesn't want to do it, they don't want to do it.
National Night Out is
Exceedingly
scheduled.
strongly about this. And I think lack of doing that really just shows that we're not really interested in breaking down barriers.
I really wish you wouldn't characterize.
I understand.
Yeah, that's like, I'm not getting my way, so you're not playing a game right. It's just not fair. This is a vast plan, and to say that we're not interested in breaking down barriers when this barrier that you're talking about has been considered and rejected by the PRRC in lengthy discussions that you were not involved in. By people who have children in the school and who feel very strongly about this.
Tom, 30 minutes ago you were in favor of it. Now you don't see. It's all perspective.
It's up to the rest of the board. You think that this is worth it? All right, so I don't hear anything from the rest of the board.
I've said what I've said before. I think we should just, stick with what our chief has described as what is happening. And I think maybe the National Night Out is focused, and it doesn't have to be the same every year. Maybe we focus it on young people the first year. Everybody is going to want to do something when we can do a National Night Out. It's going to be great for the community.
You're here.
And I think there's a reason it's scheduled the first Tuesday in August, because it's supposed to be a summer event with the entire community coming out for it.
Let's go on to the next topic.
Okay, component. So number 3 is the continuation in some form of the police reform and reinvention, capital R, ad hoc committee, or other such future body as determined by the village board. I think that was discussed by board members in the past. Scroll, no, you're going up too fast. You gotta go back. Open survey. So an open online survey, it won't cost us a lot to maintain an online survey on the village website. We do have an annual subscription to SurveyMonkey, and we would be able to provide surveys either continuous in an open online platform, or we could do it once a year. We could also, if there is a board that is if there's a board that is appointed from the potential continuation of this ad hoc committee, then they could determine the timeline. But then we have number 5, which could potentially be a significant cost to the village if we added trained professionals in Chief DeRusa's department. And I'm sure there might be some discussion regarding that.
So I'll just speak briefly on that. So we do partner with the Westchester County Crisis Stabilization Team. So there are occasions where there is availability that if we were on a call for service that is not an emergency, that they may have a representative that's able to come out and help us address the issue at the time. For the most part, what usually does happen is if we are encountering someone who might be in need of services, we get that information to the crisis stabilization team, and then they conduct a follow-up with that person to provide whatever services they may need. So in terms of, shared services, I don't know if other municipalities surrounding us are going to look to do something. At one point, St. Vincent's had a mobile crisis center that would come out that they operated. I don't know if it was 5 days a week or 7 days a week, but they are no longer, I guess, had the funding to be able to do that. So, as part of some of the discussion that came up as well was people sometimes don't know who to call. So the feeling was that if someone maybe isn't necessarily in an emergency crisis situation where they need somebody to respond right away, maybe just provide them with phone numbers or resources of someone to call instead of the police, so that they can get the person help. So that's something that we can look into in terms of, we've talked about revamping a Village Mamaroneck Police Department page. So theoretically, someone would go onto the page and say, just type in, mental crisis services, and, resources and phone numbers would come up to provide them with information.
So Chief, that last line in this, in number 5, is that, and I think I researched it, or I looked to see what the county called the crisis intervention team. And are they working with doctors at St. Vincent? Because it's right next door. So I thought that would be advantageous.
So that might be something different. The group that we deal with they're the stabilization team, but they have contacts in many of the different hospitals around. So it's White Plains, New Rochelle, St. Vincent's,
Okay.
where they can reach out. So I think that is a little bit different than what's documented here.
Okay, so then if you could have someone from PD provide the specific, what we need to add to this, then that would be good. We'll
I will.
Dan and I, and we'll add it.
Okay.
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 So can I just have a question about that? I mean, is it reasonable to have that kind of person on staff in the police department? And we're a pretty small department. Is that a staffing priority?
Based on, I mean, I feel that based on the amount of calls that we probably have per day, it wouldn't be cost effective to have somebody working permanently with our department. Hence the reason why we use this crisis stabilization team.
Do you know of any programs that could help train, other than the SIT program, our officers for more focused education like a social worker or a therapist would get? Have you ever encountered that?
I would have to inquire. I mean, the CIT training is a 40-hour training. So obviously they're not getting certified, in a, social worker status, but they do get a lot of tools that are helpful. And we're also looking this year, we've already had some discussions with the school about people who have special needs on the autism spectrum, things like that, and how to engage with people who have those types of needs as well. So, we are looking into other educational opportunities.
Okay. This could be an area of shared services, Kelly, that we would focus with,
Yeah.
that we would potentially jump in with other municipalities. If there was a service, something where,
Sure.
yeah, we could do
Yeah,
that.
this is a natural area for that.
Yeah, it's a natural area because of the infrequent occasion that we need it. Yeah.
It'd be cost prohibitive to have somebody on 24 hours a day.
Yep.
Sure.
Well, it's just that that's sort of what the recommendation seems to say. That's all.
Yeah, that's what we need to discuss. So we can eliminate we can maintain the current resources or maintain the police department's ability to utilize the current resources and then get the Westchester County team, make sure that it's correct in this plan before we submit it, if that's something the board wants to do.
Is that something the chief wants? I think that's.
Yes, I mean, we've had a lot of success with working with the crisis stabilization team. And I don't know, as a result of the Westchester County as a whole of their program, if they were looking to implement or bring back. I think there might have been discussion about bringing back the St. Vincent's Mobile Crisis Team or something like that could be used countywide, but I don't have all the information about that.
I'll bet once all of these plans are actually filed and people are communicating, there are going to be some ideas that people share and decide to implement. That we haven't thought of everything. Nobody's thought of everything, but other people may have come up with some other ideas.
So does the board want us to strike through adding professionals? Because that's not something that's.
How about consider working with other communities to have professional assistance when necessary?
Okay. Can add that.
That sounds right.
Continue working with the county or exploring additional resources that can be provided by the county, because that could be up in the works.
Yep. Good. Okay. Take care of that. And then Dan, we'll fix the Westchester County team and what it's called, and if they're maybe look at who they're affiliated with, so we can move on.
We'll try and change the sentence here, or just we'll work on it later.
No, work on it later. You have basically the gist of what the board wants right now.
Yeah.
So we're
So let's
good.
go leave it there. It's not the final version.
So that component, we can move on to 4, but we need, if everyone's okay with component 3, other than that one change.
Yes.
Yes.
We're going to do it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, looks good.
Great. Number 4.
Went through this, didn't we?
Yeah, we went through this.
We did. I would just offer as one idea. I think the details start really in the middle of page 13, in the middle of the page at number 2. I mean, I think the introductory information and complaint review board will do the following: 1A, and then 2. And then I think that's all good. That's the general understanding of the parameters of how it would function without getting into the details. So I know you're going to try to edit this a little bit. That's just my personal suggestion, that then everything after that could go away.
Everything after number 2?
Yeah. No,
Okay, so
starting
page
at number
13, starting at number 2.
Yeah.
Wait, Roman numeral 2 or number 2 on page 13?
Number 2, halfway down page 13. There you go. Right there.
This number 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll let others weigh in, but that's just where I think the details get a little messy.
For illustration purposes, we'll strike through that and the other.
Yeah.
See what it looks like.
Okay.
Well,
Right
and
through
then
2 and 3.
there's the alternative, right?
There is an alternative.
Added. And I think that no matter what we say tonight, I think there's a census that there should be a committee, a civilian oversight committee, but I think there's going to be a lot more conversations about it before it's actually adopted. So I mean, if we can leave stuff in as these are the recommendations that the PRRC came up with, and we're going to explore all of them. I mean, I don't think just because we put something in a report we commit to something, and because we fail to put something in a report we commit to not doing something.
Right, you're right about that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Good point.
Yep.
Yeah, you say this is what was recommended by the civilian, by the PRRC.
Yeah.
And they did all that work. I mean, they are the people who they did a huge task.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that approach.
And we had police staff involved
Mm-hmm.
in this subcommittee. It's not like they were excluded. They were a big part of it.
And during the process, I made it very clear to them that when passing the law, things are very liable to change, and and they understood that.
Yep. Okay, so we discussed 4. Let's go to 5. 5 has quite a few recommendations. So things like community policing, I couldn't speak to. I'm not a police officer. Rotating officers, the chief could provide some substance to that. Community justice and individualized justice. Car stops. This is all police operations. There's not much here for me to comment on.
Somebody from the board have any questions?
Were there any areas here that the police department felt were problematic?
So if you could just, scroll back up. So I think we had the work session. I think I had made a couple of comments. So, as manpower would permit, to increase foot patrols. So we talked about that. Tried efforts to try to rotate again officers maybe assigned to midnights to try to get them working during daylight hours so that there's more engagement and people can see them. The decriminalization number 3, that would be more for the judges and the ADAs to partner with them about those types of issues. The car stops thing we talked about, we can increase some supervisory oversight with that. Desk appearance tickets are usually what's being issued now because of bail reform. What else here?
So the new bail reform laws deal with the nonviolent, non-bail eligible crimes?
Right, so pretty much anything that's an E felony or below, except for certain crimes, and then certain other, instances. So for the most part, people aren't being necessarily held or arraigned, they're getting a desk appearance ticket.
Okay, so they have to come back. Okay.
Correct, yep.
I think you might have commented on the sound and volume of the police video in the police cars, but I don't remember what you said that we could add potentially. I've never looked at.
Okay, so, yeah, so
Number
I guess
6
that
and number
comes,
5.
so that comes right into the actual, it kind of parlays into 8 with the body cameras too. So I have assigned one of my officers to kind of talk to other municipalities. So right now, we have a certain number of cars that are outfitted with in-car camera systems. So the question when we talk about body cameras as well, and this is what the officer's finding out for me, is how many other municipalities either A, just have in-car cameras, or B, did away with in-car cameras because they went to body cameras, or C, decided to keep both because you do get different perspectives from both of those technologies.
Sure.
So I'm still working out to see what most people are doing, and then I guess we'll have to come together to decide which way the board wants to go in terms of, do you want to have both, one or the other? Because that's going to tailor, if the village decides to fund body cameras, which manufacturer we would go with, because we would want to keep them both the same, because it doesn't make sense to have one manufacturer for body cameras and one for in-car camera systems. It would make sense because they work together to keep, one manufacturer. So we kind of have to weigh out, and I can put something together for the board about the advantages and disadvantages to both. It's just a matter of what people want to see. We would have to spend money to outfit a couple of additional cars for in-car cameras. And then we talked about the cost of outfitting all the officers in patrol with body cameras.
Okay.
Would it be better to move number 8 to number 6, just have those two video items together?
Number 5 and number 8 potentially would be
One item.
tandem. Yeah, we'd have to do them at the same time.
Catch, Dan.
So everybody's in favor of doing both?
I am.
So I don't have, all the documents in front of me because I'm working on getting them together for you, but there are some advantages to the in-car camera system. So if you don't have the in-car camera system and you only have a body camera, that's not going to pick up the initial car stop. It might not pick up if there was an auto accident where the officer was involved, or a vehicle pursuit where the officer was involved. So the body camera is really not going to pick that up because it's blocked by the steering wheel. Also, the in-car camera systems capture the interior of the vehicle itself. So if there is a subject in the back seat, both for his or her safety, the officer's safety, there's a camera in there as well. So without having an in-car camera system, you wouldn't have that perspective either. And then also with just a car system, it captures a different view. For example, if someone's performing standard field sobriety tests, you're not going to have that angle, which is a wider angle of the actual incident. You only have the perspective from an officer's body camera. So there are advantages to having both. It's just going to be how much cost it is.
And how much cost is it?
So again, we'd have to purchase an additional 4 to have all of our main cars outfitted, and then the body cameras. So I'm getting quotes now, but just the body cameras themselves, the initial cost is probably going to be, I think we talked about 50 or 60,000, And then the next 5 years after that would be about 45,000. And that's just for the
For total or per time you do it? In other words, you're saying you're close to $100,000, and that is for 100% of what is needed, or not?
So yeah, so the initial cost for the first year would be to outfit the officers with the actual camera systems, to get the charging stations, to get all the equipment. The years after that are more so for the storage. And that's just how much they cost is storage fees. And that's about $45,000 a year, just for body camera storage. But if we went to if we're going to keep both and went with a single manufacturer, there might be other kinds of deals, promotions for that cost. So I'm working on getting those quotes together. It's just a matter of, again, if you want to go with one or the other or both.
How do you?
But if I'm hearing you correctly, both is 100,000 plus, correct?
So I would have to get the numbers for the actual in-car
No,
camera system.
just ballpark. Not to be held to it. It's not a budget number. It's just, conceptual.
So, yeah, I mean, it could be, I would be conservative at saying $60,000 a year.
That's in addition to the upfront costs of buying the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
So, the initial cost to buy everything, that's right. It's going to be about, 50, somewhere in that range, just to buy, all the equipment necessary. And then the way that they do it is you can, instead of paying it all up front, you can do it over like a payment plan over 5 years. And it's about $50,000 a year.
Chief, is the video from our police cars stored? Are we managing that video, or do we have a cloud vendor for that?
So right now, the system that we use, it's on a server that we have.
Okay.
And that's actually, I'd have to bring in one of my tech experts on this. So there is opportunities where if you use two systems, you can do a cloud-based service, and there's, all the technological stuff involved with that. So there could be some opportunities to save some costs by going to a cloud-based versus having a hard drive server, but then I'd have to weigh out to see which way we want to go.
Okay. Tips line. I'm not really sure. The tips line was something I remember growing up, but I'm not really sure if they're utilized still today.
So again, we talked about one of the recommendations was, and it's actually the next one, 9 and 10, is revamping our web page, and part of that would have two things, would be the actual like a link on there to click for tips, but then also if someone calls the main PD number, there's an opportunity to hit an extension to leave tip information.
Okay. Okay. And then 10, maybe something that the board may have discussed in the past. That's a recommendation that came from from this subcommittee.
Okay. Okay, let's move on.
That will require a change in policy, right? We're doing local.
I don't know if we have a policy, or it's been practiced, or it was a decision that was made, 5 years ago when there was another test released. I'm not sure. I can't answer that.
So I don't have, because this is new to me too, but my understanding is the way it works is there's a local list of residents, and then there's a county list. So a municipality can call for both lists, so to speak, but as soon as they make a hire from one list or the other, they have to stay with that list for the duration of the list, which is 4 years.
Wow.
Yes.
Where are we?
Tying your hands.
I did just see a new announcement came out last Friday from the county that the police officer Spanish speaking test is being held probably within the next couple of months. So
Yes, yep, so it's the regular, just police officer and the Spanish speaking are both at the end of May. The deadline to sign up is the end of this month. So,
Hey, Chief, but
Yes.
no matter if you go to the local list or the county list, you can still pull from the Spanish list.
I believe so, yes,
Yeah, I think we've had that experience.
yes.
Can an officer, a prospective officer take both tests?
Yes.
Yes.
You know, Victor makes a good point about a policy, because if it's a policy, then it's agreed to.
Yeah.
As opposed
Right.
to deciding at the time that the test comes out or the list comes out.
yeah, I don't know if it's ever been an official resolution or policy of the board. I think when it's come up in the past, the board has preferred the local lists. for us to-
No, that is not always the case. When I was on the board before, we did choose the county list.
Okay.
I think it was 07 or 08.
Yeah.
So it might predate you, Dan.
Yeah, that predates me.
But you know, and I'm a proponent of using the county list.
Yeah.
It gives you.
Fine, but can we clarify if we can assert that, or are we bound by anything? That's my question also.
Yeah, if you choose the county list, you have to stay with the county list for 4 years. If you choose the village list, you only have the village list for 4 years.
I understand. Where are we now?
Now we're on the village list.
And you have to,
We've been able to take.
We're on the village list because there's been no new exam. So there's now going to be a new exam, and the board has a choice of whether it goes to the county list or stays with the local list.
That's correct.
And that's where that's going to face us after the tests are taken or given.
Can I ask a question? What if we have a transfer? So, I mean, I'm a little confused. We've had applicants who were not local. They don't seem to have been on our local list.
Right, so
Do transfers without going to the list.
So it's just for a new officer that would go to the police academy?
Yes,
that's correct.
yes.
So Victor, do you want to make any changes to number 10? Because I don't think that you're bound by anything if you put it in the plan the way it's written, but I understand there might be some apprehension about the way it's written.
okay. Actually,
Okay.
I do have a big question for the chief. I don't know if it's a big question, but I think some of these recommendations already imply changes in policy. Let's say even car stops or other ones. Does this discussion already lead you to make some changes, or you just make those changes internally? I'm going back really to accreditation. So how do you circle from some of these recommendations once they are adopted by resolution and you doing the accreditation? That's what I'm trying to get to, that circle of action.
So, right, so I think my understanding is with a lot of municipalities, so with all these recommendations, so it just so happens that, a lot of the recommendations are things that were already being considered or already being put into place. So, they can still be put forward as recommendations because they're not necessarily in place yet, but we're looking to put those in place.
Okay. But
So we
they
have-
end up being a policy. They will end up being a part of your internal policies, right? There has to be a sync between. I mean, once you go through your own procedures, there's a lot of areas that touch with all this.
Are you talking about just the accreditation?
The accreditation and the own manuals, the police manuals, right?
Right. So basically, the way it's kind of twofold. So we're doing two things. So as part of revising our current manual of police to bring it up to date, we also have to ensure that certain policies that are part of the accreditation standard have the appropriate language in there to meet the standard. So what we're trying to do right now is focus on the policies that have to do with accreditation, because obviously we want to achieve that first. So it's still going to be an ongoing process with all of our policies, but we want to try to target the ones that are a part of accreditation first.
So are you saying that it makes a difference, or does it make a difference whether it's the local or the county list for the purposes of accreditation?
That has nothing to do with that, to my knowledge. I mean,
has nothing to do with accreditation.
right. I mean, I know that there is separate conversations that have been had with the county in terms of changing some of their protocols regarding the civil service lists and the way that they implement the test and the scoring standards, things like that. But that's something that's totally different.
I'd like to suggest we change 10 to read the Village of Mamaroneck Police Department, including be made to promote more diversity.
Okay, but the only way to affirmatively do that is to go to the county list. Why would you take that out?
Yeah.
Why do you want to take out the county list?
The only thing that, we can say with that about, promoting diversity is that, hopefully with a lot of these initiatives that are being put in place and recruitment videos and things like that, that I think the hope is that whether it's a county list or a local list, that you will be drawing people of a more diverse group to take the tests. So
Yeah,
I think that's what the recruitment initiative is about.
Yeah, I think there's another sentence earlier in the plan which refers to working within unfortunately working within the confines of the county civil service process to promote diversity within the department. I can try and find that for you. If I can find it. Yes, is working within working within the protocols of the county civil service. The VMPD has sought to hire officers representative of the Mamaroneck community. So we do have some language like that earlier in the plan. We can, mimic that or expand upon it if that's what the board would like to see.
I think this is a good recommendation from the board, and I wouldn't remove it. Does anybody else want to remove it?
No, I thank everyone for their work on this recommendation. I think it's very good.
Okay. That concludes the festivities for tonight.
No, it doesn't, sir.
Oh, well, what do you want to do?
Because I had proposed a component 6. And if this is going to be the last time we're going to go through this, then we need to go through it now.
Well, what's component 6?
Or we agree to do it at the work session.
Oh, let's do it tonight. What's component 6?
Okay. You asked for the information. I just sent the information.
You want that now?
Say again?
You want to do that now?
I'm happy to do it at the work session.
Dan, just remind me.
I heard all of a sudden we're finalizing this tonight. So that staff can proceed to get this done.
Calm down and listen for a second. They said we went through the components that we had tonight. If you want to look at this next week, we'll look at this next week. I'm not going to look at this now. You just sent it to us. And this is also something I said that their attorney should look at.
Either way, I'm happy to do it. That's not how we started an hour and a half ago.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? I didn't hear you.
Okay, it's okay. If we all agree to, we'll discuss it, at the next work session. I'm happy to do so.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you just drop this on us and it's going to be a new component.
Dan, did you say you emailed it to us? Because I didn't get it.
It's sent to the Board of Trustees.
Yeah,
That's free attachments.
from Dan.
All right, so with that,
I see it. I see it. Okay. I would just, and we can talk about this at the next work session, but in general, I'm just going to be really concerned about adding something to our PRRC report that wasn't part of the committee's work.
That's fine, except that we were not asked to be part or present views to it. We were told to wait till whatever. So there are things that, I believe should be included. That doesn't mean that what the committee has done is the gospel. It means that it's a good guide and a good start.
I just wonder whether the housing of personnel records is something that should be in this report. And I think not, or I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but it could be done separately outside this report. That's where I think it belongs.
he's asked for it to be discussed at the next meeting.
And that's fine. That's fine.
Obviously not tonight.
No.
And I'd like input from the Jackson Lewis about it too. Jerry, can you ask Jackson Lewis about that?
I'll send them Dan's email now.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. That being said, can we move on to our agenda?
This was on our agenda.
Yeah, we've been working on it.
The first item on the agenda is the order of the bills. And the first one is resolution authorizing amendment to sanitation overtime. This is taking $22,450 out of appropriated fund balance and putting it into sanitation overtime line. Jerry, is this an expense that we could ask to be reimbursed because of COVID?
We can ask, but we blame Amazon and all of the cardboard for this extra overtime. We have a lot of recycling going on.
But if people were at work, they wouldn't be ordering from Amazon.
People at work, they'd be getting their packages at work and we wouldn't have to deal with this, but of course they don't go to work, so.
Or they're setting up their work from home apparatus.
I take the food scraps. It's remarkable how full the dumpster can be.
Yeah.
It's just.
It is remarkable. You're exactly right. I'm amazed.
Okay, I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. All right, resolution authorizing budget transfer to correct fire department cancer program budget line. We approved a line or an initiative to give our firefighters cancer coverage. That might be something that happened, the cancer they developed through the line of their volunteerism. So this will transfer $22,500 from fire department contract services to unallocated insured expenses. Does anybody have any questions or concerns? You have a motion, please.
Why do I have the impression we had done this already?
No, we approved the program. I don't think we funded the line. Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah.
Victor, this was already approved at a prior meeting. However, when it was approved, it was allocated to the fire department budget. This really should be appropriately put into central insurance. So every year when we analyze all the insurances, we could easily compare certain insurances from year to year. That's why it's being put there.
That was correct.
It has been funded and has been authorized. This is just a transfer from fire to central insurance.
Okay, so
1910.
it's another, okay. Another role.
It's bookkeeping.
Bookkeeping.
But the funds are being transferred.
He's good, this guy.
The funds have been transferred and authorized.
Okay, I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. It's a resolution taking $21,295 from the contingent and putting into the Public Works Contract Service. This is to repair a fuel line down in the DPW. The fuel line leaked, but it leaked into a closed system, so none of the oil got outside of the containment. And this is to dig that up and fix the leaky pipe. Jerry, in some substance, is that right?
That's correct, Mayor. Additionally, today I approved with this emergency the replacement of the other line, which was 27 years old. And since the trench is already open, it's costing us less than half of this cost to replace the other line. So now both lines will be changed at the same time. And we really could have the peace of mind of not contaminating the soil in the on Fayette.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nora, do you have a question?
No, I was gonna say, I was gonna move
Does
it.
that mean there's going to be another budget transfer? Jerry?
It's another $8,900. I haven't, I was busy today, so I don't know exactly where that money's going to come from, but we have to look for it. It would be a budget transfer or some kind of a transfer within the department.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Nora, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'm so moved.
Thank you, Nora.
Second.
Augustino, call roll, please.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Mary, next item is appropriated fund balance, there's another budget transfer, taking $38,207.17 out of appropriated fund balance and putting it to the snow removal line, and hopefully we will not have to do this again. To fund overtime hours, I'm sure. I don't know how the guys at DPW do it, but they always find a way to make sure it snows on overtime. They did an excellent job this year, though. They really did a really good job keeping the streets open and passable, and I commend them for their hard work. And I actually know that that's what we call in my trade blood money, when you're out in the middle of the night and having to do your job on a little bit of hours sleep. So thank them for all the hard work that they did.
Mayor, can I add, I just want to highlight the fact that we support our businesses by coming back the next night and removing snow, physically removing snow from our downtown and business districts along Boston Post Road and other areas, because piling up snow up in front of businesses, in front of parking spots, isn't very conducive to promoting downtown traffic for the merchants. So a lot of this overtime is attributed to that as well.
Great. I need a motion.
So,
Nora, make a motion.
so moved.
Second.
Augustino, call the roll.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Tofor,
He raised his hand.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. The next item on the agenda is the order of the bills for tonight, and the grand total is $722,815.36. Anybody on the board have any questions or concerns? None? Okay, I have something I want to explain on page 5. Legal services in connection with Stuart Teagat, 130 Beach Avenue, an Article 78 matter, $6,982.50. There was some emails going around the community about persecution, and I just want to give a little background of what happened here. 130 Beach Avenue, Mr. Teagat was found to have 7 violations by the building department. He could have chosen to clear those violations. He chose not to clear those violations. He chose to go to the zoning board. Because he went to the zoning board, we had to hire an attorney to represent the zoning board in that matter, because the village attorney was at the time representing the building department in that matter. Mr. Teagat lost his appeal to the zoning board. Mr. Teagat then chose to do an Article 78, which the village had to hire an attorney to defend the Article 78. And now Mr. Teagat is back in front of the zoning board, where we'll have to pay another attorney to represent the village in front of the zoning board. So, these costs are borne by the community because of decisions that were made by the owner of 130 Beach Ave. Most people, when they're found to have building violations, they correct the violations and they move on. So I just want to point that out, that this is, not someone who is being persecuted. This is someone who has made decisions about how he's going to handle his dwelling, and those decisions have cost the village a lot of money. So, that is why this expense is there. So that being said, I just wanted to explain that. I have no other concerns with the audited bills.
I just wanted to ask a little question on page 21. The Nestle waters, these are bottled waters. It's a small $178 expense, but I'm just wondering, are we trying to move to the type of machine we put in 123, the Regatta? And are we phasing out the water bottles?
No, I haven't done much to phase out we did here phase out the water bottles, and we take advantage of our water filter. But if another department would like for us to install a water purification machine, hot and cold water, we could easily do that. They would have to request it. I'll have Dan send out an email asking them so that we can phase out if they're interested in it.
Thank you.
Yep, sure.
Okay.
Augie and I love it, by the way, that machine.
Yeah, Augie.
Look at Augie. He's got like a
he stays hydrated.
water.
I think they're great, and just environmentally, these plastic bottles are a nightmare.
I'll make a motion to approve the audited bills.
I'll second.
Mr. Augustino.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Before,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. The next item on the audited bills is $8,937. These are, what do they call these orders? Manual vouchers. And they're mostly Westchester Joint Waterworks,
Utilities.
and utilities in general. Any questions or concerns? Okay, hearing none. I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Augustino.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Before,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. You go, bud. Thank you. All right. Now, getting to the old agenda. We have no old business. Resolution appointing chair of traffic commissions. That is not on the agenda for tonight. We're going to hold off on that. Resolution appointing deputy village attorney. We have, Mark, how do you pronounce your last name?
Gorechny.
Say it again.
Gorechny.
Grezny. We have Mr. Grezny here with us tonight. He is an associate of Mr. Spolzino's firm, and he will be working with us here in the village, taking over the spot that Ms. Mason had. So any questions or concerns? Okay.
Welcome late.
Thank you. Thank you.
We need to vote on this, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Augustino.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
the four, Mayor Murphy.
Aye, welcome, Mark.
Thank you.
This is a item of resolution correcting the village portion of the Westchester Joint Waterworks Project A 1372, replacing of a leaking water main on Riverwood Lane. I guess they underestimated, and it's going to cost the village an extra $1,000 and $1,057. Any questions or concerns? Okay, I'll make the motion.
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Now I'm going to ask the board to add item 4D, which is to add an item to the agenda, and the agenda is going to be an appointment of a member to the Traffic Commission.
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the item is that the village hereby appoints Sharon Torres to the Traffic Commission for a term. Sally, you know what the term is?
I do. It expires, I think it expires at the end of this year.
Okay, until December 2021.
I looked it up today.
Thank you. Does someone want to make that motion?
So moved.
I'll second. Sally's looking real quickly.
The confirmation from Sally here.
We have two open spots on traffic. There was one 2021 and then Shannon's, which expires 2022. So you could put her in
Oh, I
either
see.
one.
All right, let's put her in 2022.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
I amend the motion
You're welcome.
to December 2022.
Wait. I'm seeing 2021 and 2023 on the website.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong line. Nora is correct, 2023.
Yeah, I re-amend the motion to December of 2023. And we want to thank Ms. Purdy for her excellent service to this community. And we will still be calling on her vast talents in the field of traffic and in the village of Mamaroneck. I'll make that motion to appoint Sharon.
Second.
Or Augie, call please, buddy.
Trustees Lucas,
Yes.
Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. And I just want to point out that Ms. Torres served very ably on the PRRC. She is a real worker, and I appreciate her service. Report from the village manager. Oh, communications to the board, round two. Okay, report from the village manager.
Mayor, I've taken up a lot of time this evening and I have no report. Thank you very much for the police reform plan and the work that everyone did.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
Report from the clerk treasurer.
Yes, Mayor. Just a reminder that there's been a change in the permits. They expired at the end of February. Anyone needing a new permit for the regatta parking, we will have to purchase a GP permit. We have a 2-week grace period in place for anybody needing a permit. So please come to the clerk treasurer's office and pick up a GP permit. The second item is the announcement of a tax lien sale. We will have a tax lien sale on this Wednesday at 10 a.m. All residents who haven't paid your taxes can pay tomorrow up to 5 p.m. on Tuesday. The third item is we have several resignations. From the Board of Ethics, we have Mike Newgard. From Board of Traffic, we have Shannon Purdy. And from HCZM, we have Martin Hain. Just like to thank them for their service to the village.
Thank you.
And the last item is filed for the record, certificate of continuing judicial ed for Justice Gallagher.
Thank you. Report from the village attorney.
Mayor, local law number 2 of 2021, which is the local law the Board of Trustees passed regarding parking permits, was filed and became effective on February 11th, 2021.
Thank you, Jerry. Tonight we have minutes for commissions, boards, and committees. Board of Trustees work session, a regular meeting February 22nd, 2021, and a special work sessions of February 9th, February 19th, February 23rd, February 24th, and March 1st. Tell me we don't earn our money. Minutes of the ZBA meetings of October 1st and November 5th, 2020. Minutes of the tree committee meeting of January 26th, 2021. Minutes of the ad hoc ethics code review committee of February 4th, 2021. Minutes of the budget committee meeting of January 19th, 2020. Minutes of the art council meeting of February 2nd, 2021. Minutes of the Board of Architecture review meeting of January 21st to February 18th, 2021. Okay. There being no other business before the board, I just want to hope that everyone who is eligible for a vaccine goes and gets their vaccine. They're starting to come out relatively quicker than they were. The process is getting smoother, and hopefully soon we will all meet again and have our meetings in Village Hall the way they're supposed to be. So that being said, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, everybody.